Good evening, everybody. How are we doing this evening? I'm getting all of my technical stuff activated and ready because nothing's ever easy on this channel, but I'm ready to roll. I hope you are too. We got another stream where we're going to be in and out all things. We've gone awfully long in the past, but you boys got to sleep. And so if we're going to sleep, that means that we've got a hard out at around 11:30, maybe midnight, and eventually I got to get the webcam working. So where is it? Kaiser, what's going on? How are you doing? So, goodness gracious, what's going on here? Let's work with me, USB-C. We gotta have it by now. There it is. How are we doing, everybody? So it's funny, right? Because I do feel like we ought to talk about this game a little bit. Like let's get to the game before we get to the game within the game, if you will. Kaiser, that's funny. How are you doing, Citrus? What's up, Josh? How are you, Kaiser? What's up, Akusai? You mentioned if I had to pick one person to coordinate my running game, would I pick Nagy or Waldron? Realistically, I think the answer, it might shock you. I think I have too much of a soft spot for Matthew Nagy. It's not to say that I think he's good. It's that I think he was a guy with a lot of ideas that worked, and he didn't end up with a whole bunch of quality coaches around him. Not that it made a difference in the end. We are what we end up becoming, and what he became was a shell of himself. The Smile Bit, how are you doing? Citrus, the Smile Bit, I haven't seen you guys for a little bit. Jivy. So here's the thing, right? Let's talk about this game a little before we dive into this game a little. This is the game you expected. For anybody who's watched ahead, who's watched a JT O'Sullivan breakdown, who's watched anything, I think this was the Bears game on offense that you probably expected a little more of, even if you wanted more from Shane Waldron. Like, what we're looking at in the quarterback is inconsistency. Not every read is perfect. Not every throw is perfect, but there's plenty to learn from, and there's plenty of flashes. You get some sicko plays inside the pocket. You get some sicko plays outside the pocket. You get some plays in rhythm. You get some plays out of structure. You get some plays deep down the field. You get some plays short and quick and in rhythm. I mean, you do get the whole package if you're chaining together a highlight reel for Caleb Williams. You also get some screw-ups. You get some windows that maybe shouldn't be tested. You get a decision that's way too late in this game. You get all of it, right? Like top to bottom. You get all kinds of inconsistencies, but a lot of exciting things. You also don't get much else to root for. I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one who feels this way. Seriously, okay? Let me unload my hottest take of all. Okay. And if you follow me on Twitter, you've probably heard it before, right? But I can't help but come away from this game. I understand the Bears turned the ball turned the ball over 3 times. And the way that the Bears, the way that the Bears defense crumbled under pressure in the late part of the game really bugs me. We could go over it if we get the time. But basically, yes, the Bears had a short field. Yes, the Bears' defense technically was in the late stage of the fourth, I guess. But in my opinion, they spent the first 2.5 quarters pretty much denying Anthony Richardson's permission to pass. And then for the back 20 minutes of the football game, anytime Indianapolis was on the field, they were going to run the ball. And from that point on, Indianapolis hit their most efficient part of their offense. And yeah, they caught a break from an offsides penalty that's unacceptable. And that's the kind of thing that Matt Eberflus probably has to wear. Yes, they definitely caught a break from the sudden change that came from the most rookie play that you're going to see, if you ask me. But at the same time, when we came into this schedule, or when we came into the season, I don't know how many reasonable people, and I understand I'm on a podcast with somebody who is optimistic to the point that he can border on unreasonable sometimes. But we both agreed that Caleb was not going to come out of the gates so winging in September. At least I don't think that was when you were going to see the best of this offense. So when you take a step back, a rumble tumble journey to 16 points, especially given that you've got a 56-yard field goal that I think is becoming pretty NFL standard. You've got a fourth down decision to go for it on 4th and nothing that doesn't cash. You get basically a low band of points given the outcome. You still get 16, and that was as many as the Packers scored with Malik Willis, and they won their game. And so, like, I can't help but think that when I look at this team, defensive head coach, led by its defense, according to literally anybody, yeah, I'd like them to shut the Colts down. Like, again, the Green Bay Packers, they're not a defensive team. They held the Colts to 10. The Bears, sure, 3 turnovers. People are acting like that's an out, though. People are acting like you turn the ball over at the 17 and the ball automatically gets placed in the end zone and the referees hold their arms up and signal for touchdown. I mean, I feel sometimes like I'm on crazy pills when I'm looking at this. And Joe, I hear you. I want to be clear. This is not Robert blaming the defense. It's not me trying to say that the Bears that the Bears offense shouldn't be scoring more, right? You would definitely hope that the Bears offense should score more. But kind of like Evan's saying, the Steelers are averaging 8 points per game. 8 points per game on defense. You've got the Packers holding the Titans to 14. The Packers are way out defending the Bears. Like, quietly, the Bears fans are feeling very amped up about their defense because their defense is where our stars are. I get it. The media machine loves the Bears defense, but the Packers are a better defense right now. And when you needed them, when the Bears finally scored, they let up a touchdown. And then when the Bears answered back, they let up a first down and the game was over. Call me nuts. But yeah, I think I'd like a little more from that side of the ball. If this team is going to win 9-10 games, if Matt Eberflus is going to prove himself to be better than the 4th best coach in the division, before you bring up the jokes about him not even being 4th, we got to start with being better than 4th. The goal cannot be to go into the future with a guy you know is not at least the 3rd best coach in the division. Can we agree with that? I look at this personally, and I can't help but say, yeah, against a Colts team that did not have ammunition on that day to do any throwing of the ball at all, I would love to be able to stop the run when you know the run's coming. That's what I'm looking at. I think you got to stop them. And like Evan's saying, I mean, I don't want to berate or I don't want to batter the point to the point where it's depressing. But you look at the Bill Belichick teams of the past, you look at the Mike Tomlin teams of the past, you look at all kinds of hard-nosed defensive coaches that you've seen before. I bet you could name more than just those 2. And a lot of them are going to get that stop, right? Even if it's just that last one. 2nd and 6, Jonathan Taylor running to the right. Bears give up 13 yards coming out of the 2-minute warning, and the game is over, right? That stop really bummed me out. Both teams get a timeout. They get to collect themselves. You go Colts run. You know it's coming. Against Bears defense, Colts run wins. I see that as a poor omen because if the Bears have to win, if the Bears are going to win games going forward by a defense that keeps them in it but still needs the offense to produce an average or above average rate, the Bears may not win as many games as we wanted. And I feel like we have to start there because, look, I've been a fan of this team for a long time. Chances are you have too. I would love it if we could have a point where we were earnestly competing for the playoffs and I didn't have to bring up a word like developmental year, right? Because we're not there yet. It's week 3. But like Zaye7 is saying, and Zaye, you're not the only one. I mean, I've seen Sir Lord on this channel and plenty of others look at this schedule and say this is a 6-11 team, and it can't be, if you ask me. I understand that it might be. Just saying it can't be doesn't fix the problem. But are you closer to the Titans, or are you closer to the Lions, Vikings, and Packers? Because if you're closer to the Titans, what are we doing here, right? And Jibby mentions, at what point do we say our quarterback isn't good enough? Why is he being outplayed by rookies? I'm so sick of being a fan. Like, first of all, Jibby, I hear what you're saying. I think you got to take a breath. If you're comparing it to Jaden Daniels, look, forgive me for being this guy. But first off, you got to put these takes in the refrigerator, pull them out around week 10. Second thing, I think the Commanders' offense is pretty kooky. I mean, it's a bunch of RPOs and working to the right side of the field, which Jaden Daniels is doing a good job with. Two things can be true. On one hand, you could be doing a good job with the offense you're given. And on the other hand, it can be a thin offense that isn't going to work against teams that aren't as bad as the Bengals are on defense. And it's up to you what you think about that, because I'm not trying to tank on Jaden Daniels. I got to hand it to him. Justin Fields, but he gets the ball out very quickly in the quick game. That's a pretty good player. I mean, maybe you're concerned about him staying healthy, but Lamar stayed healthy enough. So that could be a player, right? Especially with the way that Cliff Kingsbury is deploying him. You don't need to give the guy a standing ovation, but I think it's worth mentioning that Cliff Kingsbury and that Washington team have done a better job supporting Jaden Daniels. I also think that if we're counting feathers, Caleb put a lot of feathers in his cap this week. I'm really excited about him. I'm excited to dig into him. There are things that I think he can improve, but I'll tell you what, Caleb got asked to basically carry the offense, and at least he carried it to double-digit points. Plus, there are some design pieces and, I don't know, some performance pieces. Look, I'll use a perfect example. This is probably my Jibby, I really don't think so for what it's worth. I think that Caleb was the kind of guy that you had to pick, not for a bunch of reasons. If Jaden ends up being the better player, you give him I think you can clap for him. But right now, if we're looking at this, I would take Caleb again. I'm not worried, and I think we got to take a breath. And if you feel that way, this is my opinion, Jib. And look, I get it, okay? I feel like as a person on the internet that has done this for a couple years, I'm not supposed to say the words I'm about to say, okay, Jibby? If this team is bumming you out too much, tune them out for a couple weeks. Like, you don't need to go find a new team, but if this team is bringing you down, well, right now, we got some things going well. We got a lot of things that are, especially this week. So my general take that I've been telling anybody who will listen, in my opinion, this was a bad day for the Colts, and the Colts are not a good team. So when you can't beat a bad team on a bad day, that worries me. It doesn't mean it's over. My father, Ken and Schmitz, who never watches these streams, rip my dad. He could, he just doesn't. But so he always says, you're never as good or as bad as your last game. And he's right. There are pieces of this Bears team that might come out and just run roughshod over the Rams. That's super possible. Or they could get styled on by Sean McVay. Both are up in the air. That's why we watch the games. But if you look at this team, and like you mentioned, you're so tired of being a fan, take a load off for a hot minute, in my opinion. It's okay. The team will be here when you get back, for better or for worse. And so that's my opinion. And like you're saying, Mars, he just launched that thing. He's awesome. Jaden Daniels had himself a nice game. He did RPOs and goes. That's exactly what he did at LSU. RPOs and goes. And the Bengals just looked like they'd never seen it before. It was, in my opinion, that was a tough defensive game from the Bengals. But that's just where I'm at. It is okay to say football's bumming me out. And I don't want you to feel like the chat's chasing you out. If anything, Jibby, I think the chat is agreeing that if you can't handle the poison that is being a Bears fan sometimes, then just back up. right? What did Kusai say? Oh, the defense is giving up 8 points per game. Let's see, Joe, you mentioned look at the the field chart. Williams is making more ready, making more checks. So it's funny, Joe, right? On one hand, I agree with you. Everything you just said about Caleb Williams is very positive. Another thing, when people always want to immediately say, when people want to immediately say Fields will be better than, or what, Caleb will be better than Fields and Jaden, we don't know. Maybe. But I'll tell you outright that the hope is Caleb grows within a Bears ecosystem. It's kind of ugly. Like, for instance, okay, let me use an example here. And let me see if I can just quick find it, right? Am I looking at the right one? No, this is Chicago's D. So if it's the D, then let me get the offense on. We go offense. Let's look at his second pick. Because when I was watching the tape, for some reason, it was the second interception that really stuck out to me as sort of evidence of everything that's going on. And seriously, Citrus, like, if you ain't feeling it, you ain't feeling it. Like, if it's not fun, then it's not fun. And it's okay to say that. I'll tell you right now, I've grown up a fan of the Bears despite living in Dallas my entire life. There are a lot of people that have given me a lot of grief for that. I just got used to it. This is the team that I've been hanging out with. It's the team that I'll probably continue to consider this is my team for, I don't know, as long as I am a football fan, which is an awfully long time, I would imagine. And tracking down this pick is not as easy as I expected it to be. Feels like we flipped field somewhere out of nowhere. Let's see, is it this? Yeah, J Mass, exactly. Tinfoil hat. Offense struggled in the first 2 weeks. So for what it's worth, you got to remember, Sean, Caleb wore a wristband. All right, here it is. Here it is. Found it. Okay, everybody strap in. So the Bears ran a lot of shotgun, but they come out in the I formation, condensed set. We're barely in, we're between the hash and the numbers, right? We're going to run DJ Moore on a clear out post, and then we're going to have Rome Odunze run an out that's actually a double move, okay? So bear with me on this. And then we're also, I believe it's going to be commit. Somebody's going to come out there. They're going to run an out route. Oh, thank you, John. Thank you, John. See, sometimes I forget that I'm not showing the screen. Anyways, this is the second interception. So everybody just back up. We're about to watch a pick. All right? And we're going to go through what I think is everything, right? And yeah, RB, I actually don't disagree with you. Normally when people jump in the chat and hit me with all caps, usually that's a quick burn to the mute. But like Shane Waldron's offense is, I'm going to tell you right now, what I have the biggest problem within Shane Waldron's offense is what you're about to see from DJ Moore. And I do mean that, right? And it's going to work both ways, okay? Like as in there's 2 points I'm making here. But so we're hashed to numbers, okay? We are packed in. And not only that, you can count 9 guys in the run box while sitting in the I formation, okay? It's a great look to throw out of if you can run play action. We're gonna run a post down the field. We're gonna have a Dunze come out here, and he's gonna run a wheel. It's not an out route. What was I doing? It's an out that turns into a double move, and then one of these two, and I can't remember which one it is, so I'm just gonna do that. Comes out here and runs an out. It's your standard alert into 1 into 2 kind of read, right? So what happens on the play? Caleb gets to the back of his drop and he sees DJ Moore is clearing out that corner. If he's clearing out that corner, Rome should be 1-on-1, right? And then Caleb rears back. Maybe you could say he takes a hitch too long, but that would have been a nasty anticipatory throw if you ask me. By the time he releases it, Rome's turning, and then he puts the ball on Rome's face. You've probably seen it, and it's tipped away and then intercepted by number 40. It's a sweet play by 40, so sure, we could start there, right? But also, let's back up a little bit, because here's something I have a problem with. I don't understand, before we get to the effort thing, why is DJ so close? Like, this corner cannot be here. This corner needs to be here. This corner needs to be here. Like, you can run this with a harder shank, and most people do. The fact that this corner tips or like fades off and is right there bugs me, because I agree with you, Jibby. In the perfect world, is this decision good enough? I don't think so, right? But also, I don't think he should be there. From an offensive architecture perspective, two problems. Waldron has these guys too tight, so I would consider that one, a design problem. And number two, I'm going to say that you guys have never heard me say this, okay? I don't think on this channel you have ever heard me say this, right? But I'm going to criticize Shane Waldron's leadership. Because if DJ Moore isn't going to run this like he cares, then you can't do anything. There is very little design that you can do if you can't get your guys to care, right? If you can't get DJ Moore to care, because now let's watch this thing back. Watch DJ Moore specifically. Watch it in real time, okay? Do you think that the guy they paid $20 million is only that fast? I don't. I think he's much faster than this. Like, you don't need me to go frame by frame, but DJ Moore clearly gets to about the 40-yard line and just starts walking. And that's how your guy, the corner, comes back and takes a play that Jibby wouldn't be out here hyperventilating about if it had just been tipped away. Right, Jib? Because if that ball falls on the turf, you go, Rome, I would have loved to have that, but we didn't have it. Good try. It's first down, right? If 40 isn't there and the ball falls to the sidelines, no harm, no foul. And you took your shot and you didn't get it, right? But the fact that 40's in the play is a massive mistake. And in my opinion, it's a mental or maybe a heart mistake from a guy you're paying $25 million a year. And I don't think that's acceptable. And so it's tough. In theory, is Swift more open? Sure. Right? But I'm never going to hate this. Like, I'm never going to hate the idea of we've got to clear out, we've got to double move, let's get Rome the ball. And even then, I think theoretically, you could get the ball out a little further for Rome. But if you do that, 40 might turn and pick it off. So where Caleb's putting the ball, given 40's proximity, is not bad by any stretch. 20 just makes a good play, and Rome doesn't moss him. So I guess a little of both. But I end up frustrated watching this because on one hand, sure, I think Caleb could make a safer play. Matt Eberflus isn't exactly wrong, right? I know Citrus, I know Flus hates it, but I'm not Matt Eberflus. But so, like, I don't hate this. I'm never going to. That is a great ball. We hit Rome in the face, right? And then the DB makes a good play. But the fact that he's not there, the fact that the DB is able to get in there is, in my opinion, a massive design issue. And in theory, the design tells DJ to get the guy out. DJ just doesn't do it, which you do see kind of all over the place. And that's a dang shame, if you ask me. And yeah, Chris, 100%. Like, I'm right there with you, where Waldron does seem like he's generally misusing DJ Moore. And then Vegeta, you mentioned DJ wanted Fields. I'm 1,000% sure of it. He's no longer the de facto go-to number one, and him and Caleb not having chemistry at this point doesn't make it any better. It's hard to tell. I mean, I'll tell you right now that I think that the whole DJ wanted Fields thing is kind of a convenient point, and especially depressing because us Bears fans, you guys ever seen that meme on Twitter of the monk who's like bracing himself and he's just getting kicked in the balls mercilessly? Do you know what I'm talking about? Because if you go look this up, like, you're going to find it immediately. It's used all left and right. Sometimes I do feel like that's Bears fans to ourselves and each other, right? Where we will take something that's already sad and then we will just kick ourselves in the nuts. We'll kick each other in the nuts. Like, we got to own the fact that a lot of Bears fans take bad and make it worse. But, so that's my take. Anyways, this game's kind of like this, where I kind of want to start at halftime if you don't mind. But let's see. Yeah, that's the thing, Evan. I can start to see why. So in the offseason, we talked a lot about how Shane Waldron's scheme was simple, but in its simplicity, guys played fast, right? I assumed that everybody was on the same page because why wouldn't I assume that everybody was on the same page? It didn't look like in the Seahawks film we were watching, guys were just running bad routes left, right, and center. In this, the simplicity has remained, the effort level and the coaching detail have not. And that's really bummed me out as I've watched this because maybe it was just all Geno. I mean, that's always a possibility. And Kenneth Walker, that running back, is a star. And I mean, I could hate on Swift as much as anybody else is right now. There's definitely grounds to do so. Look, when you're an $8 million a year running back and you're getting your 3rd and 1 carries vultured by Roschon Johnson, who was inactive on week 1, we're already in the problem zone. And all I see for some reason is a cap, but it's somebody on Twitter saying the route tree for DJ has been interesting under Waldron. And yeah, it's been really weird, right? Luke Getsy used DJ Moore like he was a bona fide number 1. And Shane Waldron has used DJ Moore like he's a part of the offense. And I don't think anybody likes that, but I definitely don't think DJ likes it. And I'll tell you right now, if DJ is going to keep doing this, I'm okay with whatever happens. And I know that's really depressing, right? Because this is not good. But if I was a coach on the coaching staff, I don't know that I can just acquiesce to the guy, right? I would love to change up some of the designs, a lot of the designs. It's screens, goes, and some slants, for what it's worth. Somebody asked about what the route tree is, and also the occasional deep out. I think we could get a couple ins. I think we could get a couple posts. I think we could get a couple corner routes, but past certain point, you got one kid on your team who can run all the routes, and then if you've got a guy who's checked out, you can't do anything with that. Like, I would love to just galvanize it, but it's kind of like this is an unfair example, and I've got enough guys. I've got enough people on this channel right now that if I had to guess, I literally don't know how many people in the chat work a full-time job. I don't know. But if you're already getting, like, I'm looking for other employment effort, I don't know how you reel him back in. It's probably doable. Right. And like Zai's saying, I don't know that he's checked out, Zai. It may be that the coaches just allow him and others to loaf. You see Rome do it. Like, you see Rome do it. So, and by do it, I mean Rome takes plays off. Like, the offense almost seems like it's got some college in it, where if the ball's not going to you, they almost don't expect you to run a hard route. I don't know what to tell you. It is bizarre watching this offense because it is so simple. It's too simple. That's a huge part of the problem, if you ask me. Maybe there's an element of this where it's working around a rookie quarterback, but I don't know what to tell you other than we're just going to have to ride this thing out. Like, us as fans, we're just going to have to ride this thing out. And yeah, Vegeta, I'm not asking you to take up for Swift, that's for sure. But let's see. John, you mentioned Waldron seems to try to manufacture touches. I tend to agree with you. I'll also tell you right now, in my opinion, so if we go a little further, let me see. Can I find where it is on the field? It might be this play. It might be. I cannot remember. It's not. So let's go through the game starting around halftime because I don't really want to watch the first half immediately. Can I be blunt? Like, you guys can ask me about select plays. We can go watch a couple select plays if you really want to. But I don't like the first half. The first half is gross football. It's mostly getting stacked up in the run game. And what Caleb did that I thought was particularly good came later. So I would like to start there because there's a lot of things Caleb did that were good. But yeah, no, fair enough, Zai. Zai, I don't want to say DJ is checked out. I think you're right. I got a little loose with that. There are moments where DJ takes plays off, and so do the rest of the weapons. So what's going on? I really don't know. But we'll get there. Khalid, yeah, we can watch Caleb's first pick. Fair enough. Well, we'll watch Caleb's first pick, and then we'll watch the big throw, because everybody likes the big throw, right? Chicks dig the long ball, so do fans. But so Williams Kmet is starting to pick up, and that's largely because Kmet just looks like a beast. I mean, that's the only way to say it. Let me see. Is this? There's a bunch of these. There's a bunch of these rollout things that are just awful. I'll tell you what. One thing that frustrates me about just the situation the Bears are in, right? Is that they'll run a bunch of these play action shots from the pocket or from the shotgun, and I don't know what they think is going to happen, but nobody's honoring it. In the day and age of wide running, you're getting these wide edges, especially when your quarterback is up in the or is in the shotgun, especially when there's no back in the backfield. Like there's an element of what we're seeing with Shane's offense that reminds me a lot of Matt Nagy in that he believes in his own ability to sell a fake that nobody else is selling. Like here, Rome doesn't get a great block on this end right here, but you're not really trying to get one. You're hoping that this guy is going to sell on the run action, but he's just never going to do it. I mean, in these kinds of moments, especially if you do a play action like this, what do you think you're going to see? Like Cole Kmet is running into the space that we're going to want to throw into, but what do you think you're getting? Well, actually, no. Cole Kmet's running the high, and then DJ's running the over, and then we've got DeAndre Carter running the out, and then Rome Odunze is the sneak flat. I just cannot imagine that Waldron drew this up with the intention of a guy rushing Caleb immediately. The goal is that this guy gets hiccuped by what Rome is doing, and he bites any element of the fake. But what about this fake are you going to bite? Like, it could be that the snap comes late. It could be that Herbert's moving too quickly. It could be all kinds of things. These are all over the offense, where Caleb Williams gets to the point where you're sitting here as he throws the ball, and you're like, thank you for throwing it away, I guess, because if you didn't throw this away, the play's not even resolved. Like, we're supposed to be arcing out this way. We're supposed to get 1-to-1 with DJ Moore and hit a throw that we've thrown a million times because Mitch and Fields and now Caleb have all run all the bootlegs that you can ever envision. But we can't get out because this edge seals it. Allergic to this offense. But you saw this all over the first half, and I cannot imagine that it's not largely because we keep wanting to run our play action out of the gun. And I know Caleb's probably more comfortable in the gun, but at some point, we got to understand that you're not going to manipulate a defense. And if you're going to run a play where you plan to manipulate a defense from the gun, then it's a waste. The Bears lit second down on fire all game long. They lit second down on fire. That's got to change. I mean, I'm sure we saw the Robert Mays stat that talked about pretty much exactly that. But the Bears are the worst second down team in football at this moment. This play is worth talking about. So I feel like this play is a perfect example of where the Bears are right now. Okay. So Caleb is going to, whether he audibles or whether the Bears were always going to check into this is a good question. But we get two guys in the shift right here. Caleb starts talking to DeAndre Swift. Caleb's talking to the offensive line, and they're audibling into what is basically a corner clear out and then a halfback option, where generally they run this with an out, a slant, and I've never figured out what the third one is. It might be a curl, and Swift seems to run the curl a lot, which is bleh. Anyways, I love Caleb's aggression here. Caleb sees that this corner is sitting on the flat, or is sitting on the option. So if he's going to squeeze that option, then Caleb is going to throw the corner, which is yawning open. I mean, that's as much space as you could ask for with an even receiver. It's first quarter. Caleb's going to load. Definitely takes one too many hitches, but he ultimately gets the ball out with DeAndre Carter in space. Now, this is good. The problem is that we're a little late and we throw the wrong ball. I think if we're going to throw this late, we can throw it, but you got to throw it on a line. This is my opinion, right? Where the moment we're a bit behind, we get Carter turned around, throw it at him, and maybe a little further out, right? Where you just hum that thing. Razi, you mentioned, does Caleb have a tendency to stare down his receivers? I'm going to be blunt. A lot of quarterbacks, when they can read the field decently, do. I think Caleb doesn't have if it's open, he's going to stare at him. Lisan, what's up? And in this case, that's exactly what happens, where he's looking at the correct corner. He gets his eyes to DeAndre Carter, and then he flicks the football out. Now, Albono, I'm so glad you said that. Albono says, feels like he didn't do this at USC. And he did. I know when we went through his Notre Dame game, one thing we talked about was that Caleb's processor was a hair slow sometimes, and that it would need to speed up in the NFL, but that I believed he could do it because he got it right enough times. The other piece of this is that in college, that you could throw this however you want to. Like in college, that's open. This guy doesn't have the range to get there. But in the pros, yeah, that safety is going to close the distance. You don't need to know his name. Like, you don't need to know that guy's name to know that an NFL safety is going to get there to defend the play. Now Caleb catches a break because sometimes when you throw the ball, we used to talk about this with Fields a lot. When you throw the ball to the right guy, good things happen. In this case, the ball's good enough. I think it could be placed better. Even with the loft on it, I think you could put it on the sidelines and you'd be fine. Or you can put it here, and then I think he could have flattened out. It's a lot to learn from. That's all I'm saying here is that Caleb made a general procedural mistake, but he got enough of the meat right that you end up with a positive play because the process is what you want. I want the ball out to come out a little faster. I want the throw to be the correct trajectory, I guess you could say. But we found the right guy. We attacked the correct area of the field, and we gave our arc throw a good enough chance that the guy gets there early and the ball hits him in the face. And yeah, Chicago, it's hard to tell. I'll tell you that there was a couple stunts in there that we saw. It was also funny, in my opinion. I'm with you, Dylan. Yeah, Evan mentions, why is it going to DeAndre Carter? That I can't answer you. You want to complain? Complain about the fact that we pull Rome Odunze, DJ Moore, and or was it Cole Kmet, Rome Odunze, and DJ Moore, 1, 2, 3, all onto this side of the field so that we can throw to DeAndre Carter and DeAndre Swift. We get a guy open, so I guess, play calling win there. But why do we do this? Right? That's a question you're just gonna have to ask Waldron, and maybe you get an answer from him. I think Carter has been better than awful. Well, so Jibby mentions I wish we could also do more than half field reads, and I don't want to belabor this, but the Bears are doing a couple of full field reads. The majority of plays in football, if you get number 1 or number 2 open, are always going to look like a half field read, right? That's my take, Jib. But the more football I watch, the more I am amazed at how rarely you get to 3. And then if you do get to 3, how rarely you get to 4. And again, these are things that as the playbook opens up a little bit, as the season progresses, you hope that Caleb will get to the point. Here's what I would think about this, okay? So Caleb Williams, when he drops back at this stage in his career, is watching the corner, then he's looking at the safety, like he's going to look at the corner, then he's going to look at the safety, and then he's going to throw the ball, right? So look at the corner, look at the safety, throw the football, it comes out late. What is the difference between experience and what he has right now? When you're experienced, you've seen this coverage before. You read that corner, you know where he is, you know where is safe to put the ball. Because the moment that you check right at the snap, bang right there, and you see that the safety is dropping back, you know he's not going to drop back to here, right? So the moment that you get that frozen corner, you can throw anywhere in here, and you don't necessarily need to check the safety. You just put the ball in a bucket. But you learn that with experience. And as much as I know we want to see Caleb massively accelerate, I've seen all kinds of guys need to take a little time to just learn how NFL coverages work. You heard Mahomes, didn't you? Mahomes mentioned in that barbershop interview a couple years ago that it was only at the end of his second season when he really started to learn how to read a defense. It's experience. It's experience meets understanding, where eventually it'll click. And right now, it's a little more labored. And I don't have a problem with that because I would look at it and say he is right now, he's got it right. He confirms it's right, and then he throws and it's a little late. Eventually, he will get it right and throw the ball. We see the same We see the same with Jared Goff. Right now, Jared Goff is throwing on trust with abandon. It makes the Lions offense work when he does it. I'm serious. Like, his willingness to say, I know what coverage this is, and just rip the ball over the middle is what has led to his quarterback resurgence in Detroit. And it comes with time. Let me see. Jimmy mentions, what's my concern level if Caleb looks like the second or third best rookie quarterback at the end of the season? I mean, yeah, I'll be relatively concerned. I mean, I'm serious. If we don't see signs that his process is to the point where he's going to be the best rookie quarterback or the best quarterback of the bunch at the end of the season, and he's stayed relatively healthy, then we got problems. But dude, Jib, we're talking about 5 times the experience at that point. But anyways, I don't mean to belabor it. It's more to just point out that this is all a process. Game 1, 93 yards. Game 2, 175 yards. Game 3, realistically, it's like 250 yards, okay? Like, count the DPIs, but account for the total number of dropbacks. It's like a 240-yard performance. But Jib, you would have been stoked with that. 30 throws, 240 yards. Like, a lot of people would have. People would have loved it. You just got a 53-yard. You got a 53 drop back performance. And you ended up with an inflated amount of yards. Yeah, right, John? Let's see. I'm trying to find the pick. It was going the other way. I really don't want to watch this first half, y'all. I'm telling you. Like, there's plenty to watch. You'll see some of it. We'll probably go back and watch some. But it's just typical, disgusting looking Bears offense. And really, who likes that? Maybe this is me being a doomer, but who likes that? So it's this drive, right? Yeah, Alessandro, you're a little late. So play action, under center. What do we get? Big old shot. Bang. What's the read? It's DJ. DJ is the read. If you want to see something that you like, this is fun. And I really mean that. Because Rome is in alert. Jib, you mentioned early in the season, and I'm using Jibby because I think it's fun to prove the point, right? You mentioned early in the season, Jibby, that you wanted to see Caleb take shots when he got his guy in a favorable situation, right? And here, Caleb sees this and diverts off of the number 1 read because he thinks he can get the ball to Rome. He says, this is my guy. We've got single high. I want the long ball. And he just lets it howl. Boom. It's not even underthrown. Like, there are people that I saw say this is underthrown. No, it isn't. I mean, maybe, okay, there's like the natural consequence of when the receiver has to look backwards. He slows down just a little bit. But boy, that is right in the breadbasket. And I love the fact that it's outside his shoulders. So one thing you see a lot, and I've talked about it on this channel, is if you can envision a line between the receiver and the sidelines, the receiver is accountable for holding this ground, and the quarterback is going to throw into it. That's how you avoid an interception on plays like this. The receiver has to hold that ground, and Caleb throws just into that area. I mean, what was the line? Like right there, puts it bang at that spot. And that's all you could ask for. It's what everybody was wanting to see. Stoked. The Bears go from 20 to 30. It's like a 47-yard play. My favorite part, half space. Thank you, Spectre. My favorite part, just because I think it's funny, is that Caleb has two. I'm gonna say it, okay? Everybody, we need to take a breath. One of the problems that Caleb's working through is that he's got too much arm, okay? And I'm completely serious. Where there are some quarterbacks, you know them, you could probably name a bunch of them. I bet you're all going to name a bunch of them in the chat right here, that they have to crow hop to get the ball 47 yards downfield. You see plenty of quarterbacks that can, or that they've never, or that they've always had to engage their lower body just to drive the ball there. And Caleb can just flick it. There's a little bit of hip action in this throw, but there's a shockingly small amount, if you ask me, of hip action to float this thing 47 yards downfield. And on some of the Caleb overthrows, I really believe that this is Caleb playing quickly. That's going to settle out. But moreover, you're watching a guy calibrate the fact that he's got a long ball, or he's got enough arm to probably get the ball down to there if he had to force it. I mean, the Hail Mary throw is perfectly placed. Not that anybody cares. Let's see. Smile a Bit says Caleb footwork is awesome on this play. Yeah, shocker. Rookie quarterback not pressured. Rookie quarterback look good. Wow. Woo mentions, yo, Rob, watch some of the game where Caleb throws this much confidence. Woo, rephrase that. But so here's a great example of the Bears running game. You see this? Mike, how you doing? What's up? So we like Matt Pryor. Matt Pryor, you know, he's not Nate Davis. Everybody loves not Nate Davis. And then the run play immediately afterwards, Bears are just going to go duo. This is pretty standard, right? Bang, up, bang. You're trying to get up. One of them should, at the very least. And Matt is just going to hard whiff. So Herbert's going to get what he can. Good job, DeAndre Carter. It's like the one block he makes all game, unfortunately. And honestly, solid job, Herbert, for finding the space. But, man, these run looks, I don't want to be this guy, okay? I don't. Because I feel like I got to quote my guy. But JT calls these looks made to order. And you want to hear what I hate about this offense? You have to run it against this. Like, you got 6 on 6, and it's spread too. All you got to do is hit a base kick out block on each of these guys. Go double up, boom, big hitter. Like, it is so easy. It is so easy. If you can't run this, you can't run the ball at an NFL level. And the Bears can't. Like, because you get mistakes like this. A little from everybody. Don't get me wrong. Coleman gets smoked in a lot of these pass situations. And especially early in the game, you see too many. But what is this? I don't want to be the guy who talks about a position coach. I think talking about Chris Morgan is for people who just want to shout, okay? There are a lot of people on sports media who just want to yell, and they take it out on guys. But the details in the coaching, it's crazy to me, because the play call is not bad. You can't tell me the play call is bad. But what happens on this side of the ball is what you should see. At the very least, these two should be mashing this guy. Instead, neither of them come off. What's going on? Somebody take him. Somebody take the unblocked linebacker. What's our running back supposed to do? You need a darn near hero block from DeAndre Carter to get anything, because we just left 2 linebackers open. What? Big Bear, I'm going to tell you something that I feel like people don't want to hear, okay? And I get it. Everybody wants to talk about Fields. There's an element of that, where if Fields hit zone read, you could hold a defender, and that's great, right? I also think Luke Getsy called a way better run game. His pass game leaves a lot to be desired. He did not bring that run game with him to Las Vegas. I get it, right? But the coordination within the run game was way more sophisticated, especially year 2. There were games that the Bears would win purely because Luke Getzey's run game just mashed the other team. And we haven't seen that in these games, which maybe it'll come, right? A lot of the good Seahawks analysts that I follow have mentioned that Shane Waldron is not a perfect problem solver, but he does solve the problems. So I think you're probably right, Sean, that Tev probably just didn't think Coleman had him, which is super fair, especially because Coleman probably didn't. But you get 6 yards on that because Khalil Herbert has it figured out. Give him more totes. Then we get the play action shot that we saw earlier, and this is just hosed, right? You look at this, we're not even close to out of our routes. We can't be throwing the ball away when we're not even close to out of our routes and acting like it's a quarterback problem, in my opinion. There are some quarterback problems, okay? There are some quarterback problems. I'm not going to be this some Bears homer that tells you the quarterback was just incredible, blah, 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 blah. But he's running a full plate on his offense, and I have no problem with that. I think better to run the full plate and struggle with it, but get through it and get better at it than run a whole bunch of RPOs and some goes and call it a day and just get shuttered by some of the better defenses that are out there. That's probably the plan, but I do think that's how you end up with Jaden Daniels running a bunch. Anyways, timing looked way off on the fake. Again, Big Bear. I could sit here and I could preach details, and I could stay up until 2 a.m. doing it. So if you ever hear me skipping it, it's because I'm skipping it, right? Then we get to the pick. Bears are in 3-by-1. If you ask me, if you're on this channel, this looks like it could be 2-man, or it looks like it could be your standard cover 2 look, right? And if it's cover 2, there are some things that you just can't do. But also, I mean, I don't think so 2 things can be true. I don't think the play call helps us. I don't know how Caleb is coached because it looks like he goes 1, 2, 3. And he technically makes the correct decision, but he makes it a little too slowly. Because if you see 1 is squeezed, which he does, and then you advance to 2, and he's squeezed, you have to throw it to 3 right now. Because 40's going to figure it out. 40's progressing with you, right? Any good corner is going to see this and break on that ball. Caleb sees it, takes just a little too long, throws it with no base, and I mean it when I say Caleb is a lucky son of a gun that this didn't go back the other sidelines. I'm still shocked that Jalen Jones, NFL athlete, didn't have the body control to find a way to pick this pass off, given that this is a floater. You don't get many of these. You want to talk about what a rookie mistake looks like? This is a rookie mistake. He takes an extra hitch. He confirms that the flat is open. This isn't a combination. They ran a lot at USC, but it should have been 6. This is your typical rookie quarterback, like what? Rule number 1. Never late to the flat. Everybody learns it eventually. You can never throw late to the flat. You can never throw late to the flat. Caleb does. He gets punished. He is a lucky son of a gun. Lucky son of a gun that this doesn't go the other way. And it should have. Never. Peyton, it's funny because you can throw. People talk about late over the middle. At least if Cole Kmet is standing right here, 2 linebackers, you throw that ball low, like a low heater, you can make that work. You probably won't. Chances are this linebacker dives in and tips it down, but with quality accurate. To use another example, Otter's still in the chat. Jared Goff can fit that ball in there. If he goes back to number 2 and then hard steps, throws back to 1, and just keeps the ball low. It depends, right? And then on this play, though, you look at Caleb's footwork, and I believe this is the kind of play where if Caleb was sitting in the room with us, he's aware, right? Like Fields, sorry, I read your comment, Evan. What is this? Caleb didn't throw with this base and think he did a great job here. There's no chance. if anything, seriously, like Caleb gets going because he thinks it's gone, and it should have been. Uh, and yeah, that's the other funny thing, man. Because I'm with you. Jalen Jones is a seventh round pick. You should be able to pick on it. But also, Jalen Jones was a former 5-star Texas A&M. I remember watching him. I think he can play. He's got good instincts. He's not fast, which is not to say that it's some kind of excuse. Jibby, that's more me saying this is the NFL. There are not that many victims out there, and definitely, plenty of guys are way better than others. But it's just not as simple as that guy's a business major that's going to take over his dad's State Farm branch, like in the future. They're all professional athletes. But so, anyways, yeah, exactly, Bradley. That's one of those you could see. Also, fun fact, because I don't really know what to do about this. I want you to watch the rest of the game and see if you guys catch more of what I saw. Because every time I watched Braxton Jones, the dude is basically on skates. I mean, I'm not trying to hate on Braxton's play. It's more that you'd be amazed at how often he's just sliding around over there, which you make the call on whether or not that's a good or a bad thing. Maybe it's a turf thing, maybe it's an equipment manager thing. I don't know. But in particular, he's just like he was just sliding. So somebody asked about whether he should throw to the running back. Well, definitely Roshan's open, but the way I've always seen this play run, 1, 2, 3 every time. And if you get off of 3, like you're no, then you check it down, which is what Caleb should have done, right? But I want to point out that the CD over here is more like the 4 in terms of the way decision making works. So Caleb goes, no, I should throw here. And he just takes too long, and you're going to learn that with experience. Lest we forget, I always feel like it's worth reminding people that it was not that long ago that the Bears picked Joe Burrow off on 3 straight plays, which nobody cares about, whatever, right? It's more pointing out that everybody learns. Jibby, you mentioned why is the dig not in the progression? Why not go Kmet DJ Roshan? So in some cases, it's some people would tell you that it's from where people squeeze. I've just seen this concept pair this way. I don't know what to say other than that, right? But anyways, let's see. Yeah, that was the 2021 season. That was his sophomore season. Let's find. Oh, one other thing that I want to mention because I'm just mad. Okay. Let's see. Is this? Yeah, Caleb let somehow. Like for instance, I think this is still in the first half, but this is when they're trying to. This is when they're trying to push the ball. That's probably more open. I see what Caleb thinks he sees. He thinks he sees this corner break with him, and he wants to push this honey hole, but there is no honey hole. And the ball, thankfully, is thrown too far for anybody to catch. So I don't want to pretend like Caleb Williams' eyes were absolutely perfect. But at the same time, on 1st and 20, the Colts are very aware that if you get beat deep, you guys are silly. And so they're ready for it, as they should be. Chances are some perfect throw to the sidelines probably finds something. But also, now that I look at it, that corner's jumping anything over there. There's just not much there on this play. So decision making is easy to question, especially when offense is not easy for you on a given day. I will say, because again, I wanted to just complain. This right here is a 65-yard field goal. There are 14 NFL kickers who can make this. I mean, I could probably name at least a couple of them, but they're on a lot of teams that the Bears are going to be facing. I mean, Kyarmi Fairbairn is not like some super duper kicker just because he can make a 55-yarder. The fact that the Bears didn't just miss a 56-yarder, but they didn't have enough leg with Cairo Santos to complete the 55-yarder was such a bummer. And I hear you, Bradley. I love me some Santos. But I hurt for throwing a Hail Mary with a 65-yarder in a dome on the table. And just let me be, okay? I watched Greg Zerline send the Rams to the Super Bowl with a 58-yarder. These kicks matter. I mean, if you make the 56 and you somehow have the leg to also make the 65, then you're winning. Like, at that point, the whole game changes. But the fact that you can't do that and you have to throw a Hail Mary, I guess it helps Caleb's stats, but it bums out this analyst because there just are not a lot of times when there are too many kickers that are able to score from there. But that's me. Like you're saying, Cade, Cairo is automatic from within his range. It just bums me out. NFL kicking is getting really good. It's kind of an arms race, right? Yeah, everybody said just no more double doinks. Oh, I hear you. I hear you. Also, Kmet looks slippery. I've really liked what we're seeing on Kmet right now. But yeah, exactly, Alex. Alex mentions Brandon Aubrey. Brandon Aubrey's a UDFA. Like, yeah, legs raise. This Hail Mary is a dot. Nobody cares, I'm sure, because technically it's a tipped ball. What a plant. Oh, man. I love that. Like, you put the ball right on the lower number, and like, that is exactly where I've always seen these throws put. But anyways, I'm not going to overanalyze this. Outside of that, it's lucky. But Caleb does his standard buy time in the pocket. Dude throws this 50 yards like leaning backwards. Gorgeous trajectory. Bummer it doesn't work out. But I just love the fact that he's putting that ball on a spot. So the tape does not lie. Normally, I've come back after some of the JT stuff and I've been like, JT's just working to prove his take. I would tell you, I think DJ's making it too easy. Right now, when Big Dog JT O'Sullivan comes out and wants to make a point about DJ Moore, he's got snaps on snaps on snaps on snaps on snaps to do it. But so let me see the Joe Burrow spin throw. But so this is obviously a sweet play. Another thing that has bummed me out is I already knew the moment I was going to talk about this play, what I was going to hear, right? Because this is dope. Like, you get a sicko spin, you get Kmet settling down in his zone, you get Caleb making a throw that is physically so hard to hit. I mean, look at this thing. He's snapping that from his elbow and wrist, puts that thing on a line. Look at it from this direction. Sets up the man, gets out of the pocket, full sprint, absolute dart. How do you not love it? Well, I can tell you how. Justin did like 4 of these last year. I don't think Justin can create the same velocity. Not that most people care, because at the end of the day, a completion is a completion. But it is kind of funny when you talk about comparisons like Caleb Williams, Justin Fields, etc., where the whole value with Caleb is that you've got a lot of Fields' sicko stuff and you get more play from the pocket. But you'd look at a Bears fan most of the time, and they'll go, yeah, seen it before. Like, for instance, guys like, there's plenty in the chat. I know that, like, you are plenty in the chat that are feeling it, where the moment that you see one play, any one play, you've seen a Bears quarterback hit that one play before. And Trev, no, Justin couldn't throw it at a full sprint, but Justin was so fast, honestly, that he had free access to space basically whenever he wanted to. So he would get to the spot and then he would quickly stop and like double tap his feet and then throw it. But anyways, Justin was just unbelievably naturally fast. Now, I don't know. This is a good question. Yes or no? Do you think Caleb throws here, as I'm sure is read number 1? Or do you think that he takes Rome over the top? I don't know. I'm interested, right? We don't get the play. We don't get to know because Gerald Everett just gets dusted. 14. I actually don't know what he thinks he's doing. I really don't. Like, because he just doesn't get on the right side of him. I'm sure he thinks that he's sealing right there so that Caleb will drift into this part of the field, but that's not the way this boot action is going to work. I would think he would know that because you'd think he'd practice. But anyways, like, we're not close enough. We're not near close enough. We got to be on the other side of our guy. Whatever. There's so much of that. There's so much just massively screwing up blocks. And yeah, Eric, it's a tight end block at a defensive end. But generally, if you can get your guy leverage, you'll make it work. All the tight ends got to do is hang on for dear life. But it does feel like that sometimes, Jarrell, where the players don't seem to know the plays. Maybe Rome was supposed to chip, but he's also ripping over the top. So I have no idea. But either way, good job making a play out of something. Caleb's got to learn to do this stuff. I'm serious, because you're going to say, what do you mean he's going to learn to do it? There's a balance, right? There's a stupid play that gets your offense in trouble, and then there's a great play that works it, or that you're able to create something out of nothing. And you got to find a balance between them. Oh, boy. So do we see what happens here? Oh, this sucks. I'll show it to you in slow motion. This is hard, right? I'm not about to tell you that this is easy. Marcus, how you doing? But the Bears are going duo. We get the kick out block. We get our duo block that work up. Somebody has to block this guy. And generally, it's going to be one of these tight ends. And so, Kmet gets mugged, which leaves Gerald Everett free. I would have expected Gerald Everett to go get this guy, at least do something. But he gets lost in traffic, does not get a handle on the guy, and he rolls right up and hits Swift for a play that even Swift was going to hit on. Like, this is so awful because Swift is, like, they're about to get this. Darnell Wright is mugging this guy. And then Pryor goes out and makes a hit. Like, if we're running to our spot, we have got this. And you know who knows it? Cole Kmet. Cole is frustrated. Cole's mad about it. But I don't know either, MJ. There are some guys that are just not great natural blockers. So you get the big play, and it's immediately 2nd and 9. And then we run. Is this basically? See, okay, at the very least, we're not running this out of what starts as empty, for crying out loud. Because at least if you can start with a legitimate play fake, you don't always get the crashing guy. And Gerald Everett just, thankfully he just holds semi-legally. But then we get a play on 2nd and 9 where I kind of want you to tell me where you think the ball should have gone. I'll tell you what I think happens, okay? This is just my opinion. When I see this play, I think somebody made a mistake. Because normally, you're going to get a snap curl, like a drift post, and a corner route. But we see another drift post. And there's nobody really open anywhere because there's no space anywhere. Where would Caleb have gone with the ball? Well, theoretically, if you get that post, then that's going to free up that snag more than likely, because 33 playing inside like that has to go cover the hole, and he would have, especially because chances are Caleb gives him a little pump fake and just hits DJ Moore on the sidelines, which, frankly, he should. But in this game, but Rome, I think, is lost. It's just my opinion. Bummer of a play. But this seriously goes back to, I think, the big motif of the game. If you want to fix something, you got to fix 2nd down. The 2nd down right now is ugly. 2nd down is prayers, and it's utterly unsuccessful plays. Almost none of these things are turning into 1st downs. And you can't have an offense where you're just horrible on a third of your downs. you're living life on way too much first down. I'll tell you, Jay Sanders, for what it's worth. You mentioned if Kyler Murray can run, Caleb can run. I think Kyler Murray is a way better runner. I think Kyler Murray is one of the most electric runners in football. But I'm never gonna. You're talking to a Kyler guy. Like Kyler doesn't get tackled. If only we could run the ball on second down, right, Michael? Don't tell me, Michael, you're calling for the second and long run. This play's just bad. Like, we're talking ball on the 36. Apparently, everybody in a Chicago uniform is all thinking, okay, let's just get some yards and call it. Because this isn't an RPO. This is just a straight swing screen. You could tell because Roshan's not looking for a handoff. And I'm, in theory, comfortable with this play. I've seen it a lot in a Bears uniform. I'm a little surprised with both the decision to have Carter out here and also the decision that Carter makes in who he's blocking. Everybody's going to say surrender screen, but hey, a good spear screen can do a lot for you. The problem is that 20 is the one who makes the tackle. Like, look at this. Look at this. It's not even that horrible. But when Carter out here gets murdered, what are you going to do? Could Kmet have broken that tackle? We don't get to find out. Rome does his job. But once again, here we are, Chicago Bears fans, talking about how the receivers can't block. So maybe we figure that out. Maybe we don't. But for as much as I know everybody hated the call, if you can't get two guys to block for you, then you just got to make this guy Carter and make this guy Kmet, and then maybe you give it away. But at that point, at least it's a one-on-one with some space. The more you're asking Carter to block, the more, I don't know, man. Like, I just think Carter blocking is, I've seen people keep trying to have number 11 in a Bears uniform run. I've continued to watch people say that number 11 in a Bears uniform, whether it was Mooney or DeAndre Carter, needs to be a really good blocker, and Mooney would certainly try. But if you can't hit the block, you can't run the play. There's a point where we got to sort this out. Thank you, Rahul. I appreciate you. Do I think Carter's blocking a ton because he's taking Keenan's blocking role in the slot and they aren't adjusting accordingly? Citrus, it is very possible. It's very possible. Very possible. But I don't want to address that because I think if it's as simple as Carter, you are now Keenan Allen, the offense was always broken. Can I be honest with you? That's what I think. Thank you, Rahul. I really appreciate that. So here we get what looks like some kind of a kill, and then this safety is just on it. Hey, Foster mentions Mooney's earning his paycheck. We've always been a pro Mooney show. I'm not shocked Darnell looks like a dude. He has been a dude. Would love to have him on this team, frankly. Sometimes they get us, but I will say this. Okay, so I feel like this is one of those plays that Shane Waldron thinks is better than it is, okay? So whenever I've seen this work, because you guys have remember, Equinemius St. Brown in a real NFL game ran down the sidelines for 40 yards. So it's not like the big guy getting the ball is wrong. JT mentions that he wants DJ Moore to get this ball. I think they need to call some runs where Rome is actually going to go hit a sift block, and then you can run this. Like, you can't do the jet action, in my opinion, when you've never had Rome block for you on a play like this, because that's what this normally is, right? Normally you have somebody come across, and then if they don't get the ball, you get them, and they just go punish somebody on the backside. And so if you're not going to run that, then this fake comes from Mars, and it did. Nobody was shocked. The moment you saw Rome moving and you saw the snap come, it was like, oh, it's one of those, isn't it? Ultimator, I would hope Colin Johnson's good at blocking. The dude's like 6'5", but I guess I don't know. I don't want to count preseason. I keep getting burned by the preseason. I can't keep counting the preseason. Like, obviously the preseason doesn't matter. Yeah, JMS, no setup is weird. And then you get more of this. What is it? You tell me. I think it's a bad throw, realistically. But there's just so much timing trouble within this Bears offense where Caleb clearly thinks he's throwing to the right spot. Like, clearly Caleb thinks he's in the right area. And you know what? The worst part is, it's not like Cole Kmet thinks too differently. Both of them take some some stiff steps out, but I also think Caleb just misses this. At the same time, you see him afterwards. Look, far be it from me to be body language police, okay? But this man does not look like he's saying, "Ah, I missed it." He looks like he's saying, "Where were you, dude?" And then everybody's looking and everybody's concerned. Swift is like, "What do you mean?" And the tackle's like, "What happened?" And Cole Kmet is like, "What happened?" And I don't care. Can I be honest? As an analyst, it's my job to assign this to Caleb. It's his job to get the ball out to the screen spot. But it is amazing how often this offense miscommunicated. And good Lord, oh my gosh, what down is it? Okay, how'd they get here? Did they motion out of the backfield? Okay, to Jay Sanders' point, kill the play run quarterback draw, for crying out loud. Like, I'm not even trying to say Caleb's some massive run threat, but oh my goodness, does this not just make you drool? Like, you could even motion Swift back into the backfield, see what they do. This is great. You've got edges that are so wide, you don't have a nose tackle, for crying out loud. Like, you run, run the football. Yeah, you could probably get a decent screen, especially if Swift does catch this and then gets inside. And then Swift is generally elusive when he does that. But oh my goodness, run the football. Like, find a way to run the football against some of these looks because they are so open. This Colts team is begging you to run the football against them. And you can't muster more than 55 yards from anybody other than your quarterback. Everybody's just so disappointed. This whole offense looks like they don't think it's going to work, which you could argue is half the problem. 3rd and 8. What do we do on 3rd and 8? Oh, it's this one. So I've heard some people complain about the design on this play. It is frankly too simple. Jibby, you mentioned where's the 3rd read, right? Well, it should be here. This is so there. Let me draw in a different color. Like, if you run a solid dig or something like that against this single high look, you've got a winner of a football play. But you don't. He runs a post or something. I mean, and you end up leaving the middle of the field yawning open despite having a guy in DJ Moore that I think can do more than just run a go on 3rd down. And I mean, Rome gets clamped a little. Like, on this play, corners got outside leverage. Maybe you could make that throw. I think you could theoretically make that throw. And it certainly looks like Caleb is at least looking at the safety thinking, ooh, maybe I could push that out there. Because Caleb starts over here, sees that the corner has outside leverage on the corner route and that that's not going to be there. And once he checks the safety right there, well, he looks back first at the check down, which is not open. But look at this. I've seen so many Shanahan offenses run a dig pretty much right there, and it's wide open. I mean, that's the real estate that all kinds of Shanahan offensive coordinators have attacked for as long as I've watched them. So why aren't we? I mean, I don't have a good answer for you. I don't get what that is. Let me see. Or Bradley, which one? You still think what's open? So then Caleb runs out of options, takes a sack. Oh, Bradley mentions more on the go route. I do think that if Caleb thought to throw this, that's a good chance worth taking. But I bet you that, let's see, can we find him? He doesn't want you to. Like a go ball on 3rd and 9, let alone the fact nobody cares about this part. Like nobody on the football field cares about Twitter, let alone the fact that if Caleb threw on 3rd and 9 a deep go ball, Twitter would eviscerate him if he didn't drop it in the bucket. And let's not forget, the best deep throwers in the league complete like 40% of those, maybe 45. So it's not like it's a high percentage look under any circumstance. But at the same time, I also think there's got to be a better answer to a corner sitting on us on outside leverage. Like, the, I don't know. I've just always seen this where it's like outbreaker, corner route, something on the backside. The backside dig. It's almost meme worthy. It's so common in so many offenses. And it is literally one of my favorite routes in football because that backside dig is open anytime the defense overloads. But I guess we're not running it. Maybe we don't think our guy can. We look over there. So let me see. TB, you mentioned Caleb looking much quicker. Do you mean quicker through his reads or quicker through his feet? Because there's a quickness that comes with comfort in any offense. And if you mean his feet, I do think everybody's just faster for what it's worth. But he's always been shiftier than fast per se, in my opinion. Play action. Here's the pick again. We talked about this one already. If you didn't see the breakdown, feel free to go back a little further in the stream. It is what it is. I have gripes with the way that the route structure works out. I think that the decision is okay, but you got to hit it or else it's got to be defensible, or like you got to hit it for it to be defensible. Somebody mentions Cole Kmet and Pass Pro. I have no problem with Max Protect, especially given the Pass Pro problems that everybody's had. But anyways, now we start to get to slightly more fun. Slightly more. Khalid mentions Grant, what do you mean? Oh, no answers for what specifically? Well, so Jibby, I didn't see a ton of backside digs, but I know Getsy ran a bunch of them. We just didn't hit any of them. But that was its own problem. Finally, we get a decent duo run. Would it have been nice to squeeze through this hole? Yeah, that'd have been nice. We don't. Why do we just run straight into Braxton? Like, put your left foot down. Am I asking too much? I'm probably abusing the clicker a little bit, but I also feel like I've seen a lot of runners that just hit that hit this left foot and bust up. And then you get an arm tackle, they break that arm tackle, and you hear that, and he's loose play in your head. I'll tell you what, Jordan. Plenty of so Jordan's talking about how Chicago is basically cursed when it comes to the way that guys with decent offensive pasts come to Chicago and then it all just collapses. Here Coleman Shelton gets bullied. Like Shelton just gets driven back deep. And it's not as if it's impossible to run with that kind of penetration, but it's never easy. So I guess it's good you get something. But I'll tell you what, that's going to be part of Jibby. What I think is most interesting, truly, about Caleb in Chicago is Chicago has been a place where Chicago has been an offensively cursed organization for as long as it's been. You look at the uniform, you look at the logo, these guys don't score, right? So if Caleb Williams can slowly start to scratch at that, if he can reset Chicago's record books, stay poised enough to truly lead the franchise out of something, I got to tell you, it'll be meaningful, right? Like, say what you will, but there's a serious and I think fun story in if Caleb can make Chicago offensively relevant over the next 8 to 10 years. I mean, I think it's a major, like, I think it's something that when you look at this, to use an example, right now, the Bengals might be falling apart. But 2 years ago, most fans in this chat had forgotten that I grew up with the Cincinnati Bengals being just a massive embarrassment of a franchise. I don't have a good way to put that other than that, right? Like, I'd always known the Bengals to be Chad Ochocinco changing his last name and Carson Palmer saying, I'm retired unless you trade me. Like, the Bengals did not have it good. And then Burrow came along and the franchise stabilized. And they may be falling apart because, frankly, I don't know if Joe's healthy. And I don't know if he's ever going to be. But that franchise got the guy that turned things around enough. And yeah, 5 to 10 years for Lions fans. That same idea. If Dan Campbell is the dude long term, then the Lions are going to not forget, but they're going to feel like a completely different franchise in the future. Oh, man. Speaking of, so my younger brother, Michael Schmitz, give him a wave, is in the chat right now. He and I made so many. So Michael and I have the same deep, dark obsession with basically backup quarterbacks. It's not totally fair, but the guys like the gamers, right? The guys like Case Keenum, Nick Foles, Andy Dalton, et cetera, et cetera. Me and him have always been the guys that are like, he's not that bad. And then we just go, yes, and roll like that. And so, tell you what, Bears fans, fingers crossed that the Bears don't get a full assault from Andy Dalton, because my goodness, Gardner Minshew, perfect example. Seriously. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, Jimmy Clausen didn't have the results. You know what I mean? But I look at the guys like the guys exactly like Foles. Let me see. What did you just say? Carr's a starter. Like, Carr's a bona fide, if you ask me. He's never been a backup, and he doesn't have tools like backups. Hoyer's a great one. That's exactly what I'm talking about. But so Dalton against the Bengals is going to come up. Dalton may dice up the Bengals, and if he does, then we're looking at a classic revenge game. Y'all, the Bears versus Andy Dalton-led Panthers is the kind of game I have seen the Bears find ways to lose my whole life. Am I able to just cackle about that for a brief moment? I have always seen the Bears lose this game. We go, oh yeah, the Packers are starting Brett Hundley. We're gonna finally beat the Packers, and then we lose those games. Like, yeah, Matt Barkley, exactly. I mean, let the Panther win. Hey, I'm saying it because then if it doesn't happen, good, right? Yeah, the Tyler Huntley game. Dude, WFM, do you not remember oh gosh. I think one of my favorites, and by favorites I mean it was incredibly sad, okay? Y'all remember how tangible it felt to beat the Saints when Drew Brees was suddenly declared out of absolutely nowhere. And then Teddy Bridgewater was going to make his first start for the Saints in Chicago a couple years ago. This was still during the Trubisky days. The Bears proceeded to get annihilated. I think Bridgewater threw for like 31 points, and it looked easy. I mean, that was over before the fourth quarter. Like, it was crazy looking back on that one. And Alex, you're right. We did beat Dobbs, and we did beat up Seneca Wallace. The problem is your boy thinks Andy Dalton is better than them. But, oh yeah, Jimmy, that's not me trying to hate on Teddy Bridgewater. It's more me saying that there are plenty of these guys that they're good enough quarterbacks. I mean, you turn a horrible Panthers attack over to a quarterback that can play a little bit, and you might see an offense that can play a little bit. Now, granted, those guys are fighting for their jobs. Oh man, Akusai, the backflip game. You talking about Marion Barber going out of bounds inexplicably, and then the Bears lost to Tim Tebow? Because I remember that. Like, there have been Ooh, there have been some tough ones. Yeah, WFM, David Blau gave us everything he could. Truly everything. So, like, I get it. There's a little bit of theory, or there's a little bit of what is this? But there's a little bit of therapy here. But I think what I'm really trying to point out, at least this is where I'm at, okay? If you're in here and you want to see Matt Eberflus test himself, then have a little fun with whatever's coming up. Okay? I believe that if you're going to hang on to this season with a white knuckle need for the Bears to do something, just think through how possible it is for Andy Dalton to beat this team. Or think through how possible it is for Matt Stafford to lead a skeleton crew into Chicago, potentially beat this team. I really believe that it is a tough game for the Rams. Not only do they have everybody on IR, but California teams just don't travel well at noon. They don't, right? They might win anyways. Never said that means the Bears are definitely better, because this team makes me do that sometimes. But the Jaguars are in utter shambles. You come off the bye, you play a Commanders team that, as long as you're prepared, you should score a good amount of points. And I don't know if the Bears can actually stop Jaden Daniels' rushing threat while he's still where he is. I don't know. But I'm more trying to point out, as you see all the negativity get dumped into the chat, that I don't know what this team is. Like, it's not, WFM says I'm back in the 2022 mindset. And I'm trying to look at this and say, I think the Bears are better than the 2022 Bears by a leap and a bound. But the lack of confidence, it's hard for me to put into words how unconfident I am in Matt Eberflus. Y'all, if Anthony Richardson could hit the broadside of a barn, the Bears don't hold the Colts to 21. I mean, I think the defensive tape, should we somehow get to it, is more Anthony Richardson playing a horrible game than it is the Bears defense creating turnovers and being spicy. Both of those picks that Anthony Richardson threw should never have been thrown. Never, ever. And Ben, you mentioned this is the early days in a new offensive regime. You wish the team is on more details. I agree with you, Ben. My issue is actually more that the defense doesn't look like the Titans' defense in a game like this, which it's one game. I get it. But I like Anthony Richardson played unbelievably bad. And I personally think that if that's, I don't know, Gardner Minshew, then the Bears probably give up 30. And then we're not having a conversation about, is the defense good enough, etc. But like you're saying, I tend to agree with you, Kaiser, where you mentioned, yeah, Kusai, exactly. The Titans defense versus the Packers. You mean the fact that they did not look like the Titans defense that we thought the Titans defense might be? I mean, truly, Akusai, to use another, or to build off of what Akusai was saying, I'm serious. I don't like saying this, okay? We have 3 weeks of data. I don't like this, but I'm always going to be the Bears show that's going to look you guys in the eyes and at least try to get to the truth, right? And we thought the Titans might just be spicy. They went out and lost to the Jets. Then they roll up against the Packers and they get smoked. We thought that the Texans, well, okay, the Bears lost by 6 to a potential Super Bowl favorite. Well, they rocked up to the Vikings and they got rocked. Like, that Texans team was in a blender. And again, their offense sputtered. So is it that the Bears defense was just super duper duper good? Or is it that these teams might not be as good as we wanted them to be when the Bears lost to them? And then they play a bad Colts team and they don't win. And so what if Stafford plays any better than Anthony Richardson? What if the Panthers just play like their jobs are on the line, right? Let's keep it that simple. I think the Jags are pretty hopeless. That's one team that I think that the Bears, if we're talking about 3 weeks of data, plenty can change over the next 2 weeks. The Jags look like they're in hell. So I don't know about that one, right? Like, as in, I don't know about any negativity in that game. You want to talk the Trevor Lawrence talk? You can. They're tough, though. But so, and I'm with you 100%, Eric, where you mentioned that Kurt Warner and plenty of others, September is the new August. So there's a lot of this stuff where I would tell you, in my opinion, uh, Eric, that we are in an age of football where you don't know who these teams are until November. And that's not even cope. That's more looking at the Packers last year and the Niners last year and the Lions last year, pretty much any team you like. I am also a Dallas local, so I know how good the Cowboys tend to be early in the season, and they fade. And so there are plenty of teams that peak in the early part of the season that jump on people, but then down the stretch, the Eagles are who you thought they were. They get rocked by the Bucks, right? And so I say all of this because I'm really pointing out that this is a long season. Truly, plenty can change. But the easy part of the schedule needs to start resulting in some results because the Bears have to stack up wins if they want to have any hope of making the playoffs. And here's the other thing, okay? I'm a pretty positive guy. I don't really like talking about potentially firing people. And I'll tell you what, I definitely am not coming off of my stance that theoretically Matt Eberflus becoming the Bears' Sean McDermott would be the best case scenario. But if that's not going to happen, you need to look at a change. And that sucks for Caleb because quarterback records, after changing coaches in year 2, you start dancing down a very risky path. Some guys come out of it. Some guys don't. But that's the thing, Khalid. It's like the Bears are, in my opinion anyways, the Bears are in a really... I think the Bears are in more trouble than it looks like. Just because I think their schedule is going to get a lot harder. And if the pressure cooker turns on and the Bears don't respond, then what? And like you're saying, J-Mass, I don't love it that the Bears are potentially just going to perpetuate the same cycle they've ever been involved with. That's too bad. Seriously. I don't know. I don't know who made what choice. I really don't. We could even assume that was the case, but I don't know. Let's see. Eric says, how many wins does Flus need, or do I think Flus needs to keep the job? I'll tell you right now, I think Flus should need 9 wins. Okay? My opinion, I think 8 should be at least non-negotiable. I worry that 7's enough. I've been worried 7's enough for the better part of a year. That if the Bears just equal their last win total, that George McCaskey will shrug his shoulders and say, that's good enough. Because you got to remember that at the end of the day, some of these decisions are not Poles' call. That's not even scapegoating. It's more, you look at the organizational history and wow, what an unusual coincidence that Ryan Poles made the same decision as Ryan Pace, made the same decision as Phil Emery, made the same decision as Jerry Angelo. What a shocker it is, isn't it? What a stunner it is that these GMs just keep giving their coaches that one more year. I wonder who's making that decision. But we'll see, man. I mean, that's the thing, Jordan. I tend to agree with you. I think that 7 wins being enough and perpetuating this would 100% be that. Yeah, Ben says taped. Elon, I don't think we're screwed. I don't. But it's... Let me see here. Oh, here we get the long ball. We hit one earlier. What is this? Is this 3rd down? Yeah, we got to complaining so hard that we ended up just missing the chance to get back to some tape. Thank you, Ben. I need that. So here it looks like all I can tell you is this is an air raid concept. I don't know what it's called. I'm sure somebody who's smarter than me has better names for it. But on one side of the ball, you've got like a juke route in like high-low looking thing. Slim Jim, how you doing? And then on the other side of the ball, you've got Rome Odunze on a slot fade. And this is back where you can tell me that I don't know. I think it's over analyzing to tell Caleb to work this side of the field. I like the slot fade too. And then Rome Odunze is flying down the field. We like this matchup. We just got to give him a better football. And we don't. These are, in my opinion, calibration issues that are coming along. Why? Partially because anytime Caleb gets a little bit of a color in his face, he's got to throw it with all arm. And I think he's got to learn to navigate the pocket a little more fluidly. Because why are we coming off the ground as we throw this? Like, why are both of our feet coming off the ground? I don't really know. Now, Caleb's got enough arm that he can just let it fly and beat Rome down the field. Like, he can just let it all go. But we got to tone it down, or we got to tone it back a little bit. So I think that his pocket movement has been okay, in my opinion. But I also think that his accuracy has been all over the place. And so I think that there's definitely a calm that he needs to learn. I'm actually a little surprised that his USC experience, where it felt like there were guys in his face all the time, didn't make him a little more comfortable around NFL traffic, but it could be any and all, right? Could be seeing the opportunity, wanting it a little too bad. I don't know. His footwork is erratic. Looks like a rookie. Here they go, screen. Finally, they get one out. Feels like he and Swift have been way on the same, or way all over the place. And Swift's able to get something with it. For as much as Swift does seem to struggle reading the keys in the run game, once you just get him the ball in spots like this, he's able to go get you something. Is that worth $8 million? You tell me. But at least it's something. I hated this play. Watching this, I just couldn't stand this. So the Bears are, at least it looks like, blocking toss crack out this way with one side, and then they're trying to block it out here, but I feel like they're lost, right? Especially because Caleb opens up here, and normally if the quarterback opens, you're going to pitch it back that way. So I get that. But Swift doesn't give us much of a counter step. Like, pretty normally, you'll see a hard step this way, and then you'll see the running back come out the other way. But I don't feel like Swift gives us much of anything. And then everybody just sort of vacates and misses. Like, for instance, Ben mentions, what's Braxton doing? What's not that uncommon for somebody to try to get to the second level in this case, especially if your assignment isn't to go hit a reach block. Now, it would have been nice if we hit the reach block, but also, what on earth is Odunze doing? Not Odunze. It's, I think, is this Moore? Like, we've got a linebacker type up at the second level that just runs around us, and he makes the hit. Or at least he turns him back in. I'm actually a little shocked that we miss so many guys. Like, it's not just, this is where I can't help but look at it and be like, yikes, coaching. Like, he's just going to nowhere. He's just going to nowhere. And then you've got two unblocked defenders that are like, oh, okay, sure then. And now you got problems that the guy with the ball just has to figure out. It's bizarre. At least we get 4. 2nd and 6. Just burn the ball to commit. It's nice, too. He basically, or Caleb looks here like he just takes one look at this linebacker, and he knows that he's on the outside of where Kmet is, and that he's got a safe throw if he just zips it to Kmet's inside shoulder. That's not going to get you to Canton, but it's a good ball. Anticipation. This is that basic stuff, right? and it's comfort. You want to talk about growth? In my opinion, I think you're looking at eyes over here, snap back throw, back towards his right. Yeah, fair enough, Michael. You make enough of these throws on third down, you may just get to Canton. And it looks so easy. Keep an eye out, manipulate the defender, pump the ball. How concerned are we that a rookie season with this many issues around Caleb, he has his faults to severely stunts his growth? Can I be honest, though? I have no idea. Rookie growth is bizarre. Caleb right now has more, at least as much, around him as 2019, 2018 Josh Allen did. But that's not really saying much, is it? Because we're kind of talking about the developmental outlier. When you look at a lot of these quarterbacks that develop well, look, I understand nobody likes talking about it. I don't like talking about it. Can I be honest? I don't like talking about it. Most of the quarterbacks that develop well don't develop well inside of this kind of a setup, right? Where the quarterback has entered a bad team and they just gotta be better and help lead the team and suffer through a bunch of losing and plenty of times deal with a coach that isn't long for the team. It's bizarre. I don't know why the NFL keeps doing it, but there is something to the hit rate of teams like the Packers, like the 49ers, like the way the Chiefs handled Mahomes, blah, 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 blah. You've heard it before, right? But I more mention, like, because that's the thing, Jib. I'm more talking about this from a perspective of just playing the rookie and starting him immediately does not have amazing returns. But there's also not a lot of other ways to do it early in somebody's career, especially when they're a number one overall pick. Nobody nobody takes the kid and sits him on the bench. There wasn't ever really a choice in the matter if you were drafting Caleb Williams. So when Zoe, you mentioned how concerned are we? Medium levels of concern, I'd say. I'm not, I don't know, freaking out, but I'm also not trying to tell you that there's absolutely nothing to worry about. The offensive coordinator does not look like he's doing much coordinating. The receiving weapons are not getting open at a particularly special rate. The Bears all of a sudden are leaning on DJ Moore, which isn't giving you much right now. DJ Moore, Cole Kmet, and now Rome Odunze. And you got a ramshackle offensive line in front of you. But like you're saying, Jib, I'm trying to more get at the core of this problem, if that makes sense. Where it's like, I don't want to try to tell you that Caleb's hosed. I think Caleb's making strides. But I also think that I have no idea how this is going to turn out. I mean, I'm watching the games just like the rest of you guys are, and we're all going to find out together what does and doesn't work. Man, that's tough. There's just nothing here. These guys, what is Tevin doing? What is Tevin Jenkins doing on this kind of a play? Like, at least just give our guy one guy to beat. But 90 just walks right around Tevin. We're engaged, and now we're not. What is happening? How does this happen? DJ Moore versus 51? Okay. I will live with it. That's DJ Moore. But this is ridiculous. You lost 6 yards. You called a run on first down. You lost 6 yards. Quick throw out. Swift does something for us. This feels very air raidy. Oh, look at that. As a matter of fact, it's the same play. It's just curl. Is that the slot fade? Not explicitly. It's just up the seam. But anyways, Caleb just hits the back of his drop, sees the corner sloughed off, and burns the ball to Swift. I don't think there's much to say there. At least there's nothing particularly analysis. Hang on. Yeah, right, Ben? Just hand the ball to somebody in space and boom, you get yardage. What a shocker. Evan, that may be the case. So then, third down on the lip of the 40. This feels like prime go for it territory. Is this the slant? I think it is. The plays that get me excited are plays like this one, to be honest. Everybody's focusing on long balls. Okay. All right. I'm going to make a comparison. I don't know if anybody's going to like it. All right. Especially because we're in Chicago. But Michael, if you're still in here, you might like it. You really might. So when people talk about, when people talk about um, Caleb's deep ball, because I've seen a lot of people bring it up. A lot of people have pointed out, oh, well, Caleb's deep ball is not very good. Everybody highlighted it in scouting reports. And here's my issue, okay? The Caleb deep ball conversation reminds me a lot of the way I've heard people talk about LeBron James's 3-point percentage, which is not necessarily me trying to say that Caleb's LeBron. Let me finish, okay? Where Caleb's got a lot of things he does really well. He's got insane elbow velocity. He's got very good ability to work from the pocket. We haven't seen it manifest a ton, but we've also seen flashes all across the offseason. And I mean, it's at least as good as you're going to get out of college football. These things do take time. And so then you keep moving. You get to the fact that Caleb's got a uncanny ability to control the speed of the football. He's accurate in the short and the intermediate. And so, yeah, where is he weak? It's throwing deep, where it's fine, right? Um, his deep ball is all right. But people keep acting like the fact that people wrote that he had an inconsistent deep ball means that he's going to throw 0% for most of his career, or like an 8% hit rate. And that's just not how this is going to be. I mean, if Caleb Williams is half of the player we think he will still hit on a minimum of 28% of his deep ball attempts, because that's considered pretty low per the NFL standard. And we aren't even at 28% yet. So there's some of this stuff like the deep ball that I've seen all kinds of people really get worked up about. But it's these plays that I've seen that I think are much more complicated. Where when I look at this, I see a player that makes an adjustment at the line of scrimmage, communicates with his wide receiver. You're going to see it better from behind, that he gives Rome a quick signal. Rome runs a slant. Caleb gets him the ball on time, and they pick up a third down that ends up becoming a touchdown. And his deep ball should be what we thought it was, Jibby. We didn't think his deep ball was going to be this satellite laser. We just think his deep ball is going to be pretty solid, I think. But nothing incredible. He's got the arm ability to get that ball down there, but deep ball accuracy it's already a hard percentage throw as it is. And you add discomfort of being a wired up rookie playing NFL snaps. And I think you just get messes like that. But here's the signal. Sees the blitzer, signals to Rome, takes the snap, calm in the pocket, bullet down the hash, first down. To me, that's what you build off of. Yeah, Auteur, there are a lot of guys. There are a lot of guys like that we love where their deep ball sprays. A lot of guys spray the deep ball. You just don't think about it because the ones that they hit are sensational and they're so good at picking up that extra third down. And yeah, TB, we're right now trending towards, I don't know, Jameis, I guess, if you want to use that. But I don't personally see the reason to freak out. I mean, Jameis is a massive step forward from where we were. We got to acknowledge, y'all, that the first 2 weeks we were in historical company with Jamarcus Russell and Bryce Young. Taking the step to Jameis Winston, that is a good thing. It's definitely a non-linear step forward, but the Jameis thing, by the way, is exactly DBB. Like the the Jameis thing is just coming from the fact that he threw 2 picks, which I don't think will last forever. But that's my opinion. Right now, Caleb Williams is living up to his number because Peyton Manning threw a bunch of interceptions as a rookie. But Caleb looks to me like he's testing Windows. Now, what else is happening? Y'all, what is Matt Pryor doing on this play? Take a look at 79. What's he doing? We are running outside. Now, this does not necessarily come into account of the fact that DJ Moore doesn't block 23 at all. And apparently Swift is scared of the guy because this seems to me like an okay rushing lane. Whatever. But 79 gets nothing on nobody, just runs straight past any possible defender. And if we pick him up at least, then maybe we get a different rushing lane to open. So you got a running back that sometimes you'd swear is scared of contact. Sometimes you would just swear he's scared of contact. And then you got linemen that have no idea where they are. Now, this throw feels like it's a Rorschach test. I've seen people, including the announcers, that have said Rome stops on this route. And I really couldn't tell you one way or another, because Rome definitely looks like he turns the corner and stops on this route if we're watching in slow motion. I will also tell you that I have seen a lot of I've seen a lot of receivers that just throttle down when they know they're not going to be open. So, like, I've gone after Rome for what I believe are mental mistakes. I don't know this is one of them. Because if he's running really hard, then maybe this ball, if Rome lays out, is there. But you got to hit that a couple times in practice. And if Rome doesn't think it's coming, don't do it in a game, in my opinion. Like, clearly Rome is unaware of what Caleb is going to do. So just take your ball to the running back. You got defenders that are turned. You got a guy that's good in space. It's 4 verts. Like 50% of these balls go to the check down to the running back anyways. Just dump it down. Whatever. I'm glad it's not intercepted. I don't know, Ben. I don't know. You're going to say bad take, but I also think it's really popular to say, actually, quarterback good. In my opinion, I think that if Rome doesn't think it's there, then yeah, sure. In theory, I'd love for Rome to accelerate and maybe make a play on this. But there is an element of you shouldn't do something that I don't think you should necessarily always be looking to do something if your receiver doesn't think you could do it. But hey, Case, good question. Apparently, because we can't stop the run when we need to. Plus, we can't score any points. Next ball, 3rd and 8, or like 3rd and 6, is it? 3rd and 7. Don't you love this? Y'all, you remember how late last year we talked about how one of the positives of what we were seeing with Cole Kmet was that he was becoming more of a bully in his stem? Look at that. Look at that. Go get you some, Cole. Not only are we thinner, but we're getting physical. Get off me. You know a tight end is playing good. Or in my opinion, you know a tight end is playing well when the DB has to get up and ask for a flag. That's it. Like, you want to know when you're beat is when the DB gets up and says, "Hey, are you going to reward me for that?" And the referee looks back like, "No." I am not. Also, you want to talk about bailing out your quarterback? So we get some kind of signal here. There's no doubt Caleb is in command at the line of scrimmage, for better or for worse. But man, I love Cole catching the ball inside and then handling contact well. Cole's been really sure-handed. Like really sure-handed, if you ask me. This whole season, including that it's only been 3 games, including that Texans ball where he just got crushed and hung on to it anyways, was a third down hero in this one. 1st and 10, toss out. Now, I'm just going to complain. I love Roschon Johnson. When I see this gap, I'm thinking corner turn, right? And Roschon just come on, Adobe. Roschon's just not gonna do that. Now, it does not help anything that it looks like 44 comes off the block from Braxton, and Braxton ends up on his face. But if Roschon had more gas, he'd have been better than a 4th round pick anyways. That's life. Yeah, the Dan Orlovsky touchdown, exactly. Akusai, I couldn't tell you. Akusai asked, wasn't Braxton a beast of a run blocker? I also think that one's hard for him because it's one thing when you got to mash the guy. It's another when you're trying to turn his shoulders and then he gets 2 turns off on you. But I don't know. So this is another one of those balls where it is what you make of it. I have seen so many offenses. That have. So this is funny to me, Ben, because you're citing JT O'Sullivan. He says, or JT says that this is a bad decision. I have seen a lot of offenses that consider the 2-on-2 like a check mark, that's your green light. But it doesn't work here, in part because there's just not enough space. Now, there you go, Ben. But so chances are you'd have done better with a handoff. I don't know how Waldron's teaching this. If he's teaching, like, you get your 2-on-2, go ahead and go, then that could be better, right? Or blah, blah, blah. Then it's not a bad decision, but it is a poor throw because it doesn't let DJ make much of a move. Either way, it's another waste of a down. Eric, I'd say he was pretty neutral, generally positive. Pointed out the bads, pointed out the goods. Obviously likes the kid a lot. 3rd and 7. Rip it over the middle to Cole. Slides forward, picks up another 1st down. I mean, it became the Cole show here in the second half, which I'm about it. Like, accuracy, pushed it through, good catch. Heck yeah. It's weird though, TB. I'll tell you what. I could have sworn I heard somebody say Kurt Warner was positive about him. I didn't watch. I don't know. But also, if Warner was negative on it, I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, Caleb threw 53 times. He was not overall outstandingly accurate, and the Bears lost the football game in part because there were 3 turnovers. There are a lot of quarterbacks like Kurt Warner that got you a Kusai. That makes sense. But there are a lot of quarterbacks that are going to look at this and they're going to say, "Oh, you turned the ball over, then therefore you played bad." And I think I've just watched too many games where Mahomes throws too many interceptions, but whatever. Nothing wrong with negative. Yeah, this throw is good. I also think that we're looking for, personally, I think that there are way too many Bears fans that are just so gasping for air that we're wanting to make Caleb something that he isn't. I see a rookie. I think rookies are awful. Unless you give them a Jaden Daniels type game plan, which Jaden did a great job of navigating. I mean, If you can limit everything and make the quarterback's role much smaller, then yeah, you can succeed in it. And here it looks like the Bears tried to do. Caleb, I kind of think we could. No, no, he's sitting on that. But I also think that this Colts defense is pretty bad, and you needed to find some answer. I also think the run game needed to be better. Needs to be. I think the moment that you ask a quarterback to win for you, making 50 throws, you're already down a bad path. I like the pylon idea. I see what you mean. Like just rip it far outside. I think you could probably do that. I wonder what he's looking at on a play like this. Because I bet he's got the space to get it to the pylon. Maybe he wants Kmet again. He's been smoking Kmet. Left, right, and center. But we can probably get outside there. Here we pull Rome across. Man, you look at looks like this. I know we've been doing most of our passing out of the shotgun here, but I look at a look like this, and it's just begging to get passed against. I don't know if the Bears are going to throw it. I'm glad they do. Oh, man. This is this play. It's tough, too. So the tight ends, look, this goes back to our old 40-40 rule, which we used to talk about, because I think Caleb's got Rome Odunze, which is who he's looking for right there. He might actually make throwing a DJ. It's hard to tell. Just based on where his base is, it's probably to Rome. Anyways, Odunze's got plenty of space. I don't think Caleb takes absolutely forever with it. We're fully in our windup as Odunze's starting to settle, but also both of the tight ends are double blocking Latu, and then Mercedes Lewis gives some massive shove, and Kmet can't ride him around the edge. Edge rusher beats tight end. Getting strip sacked, I feel like, is part of playing rookie quarterback in the NFL. I believe it, Bradley. But man, you guys listen. You guys have so much time to listen to the pressers. I'm so proud of you guys. But so, thank you. I appreciate it. But this is one of those plays where just everything goes wrong. On one hand, I think the quarterback has to own the fact that he fumbled in the pocket. Even if this is a Kirk Cousins, Aaron Rodgers, everybody fumbles, right? Everybody, all kinds of quarterbacks fumble trying to throw the football. In my opinion, the biggest difference between ball security is whether you fumble taking a sack or not. But fumbling trying to throw the ball, that seems to happen to everybody, especially when you fumble after like getting hit from behind. But also, I'm not just trying to put the cape on, I guess. Like we got to find a way we got to find a way to get the guy around the edge and just keep a play off of this. I feel like I'm not making a lot of sense. I'm trying to basically say any quarterback has to own whenever they get sacked. I think it is the mark of fans with a poor quarterback to overly justify when the quarterback tries to do anything, which happens all the time. This is a bummer. It's also a play that happens left, right, and center in football, and when it happens for the Bears, we'll be excited about it. When it happens when it happens against the Bears, it's a darn shame. But let me see. So you mentioned, was the ball going to make it to Rome? I don't know. It looks like if Caleb earholes this thing, he might just be able to get it past the linebacker, which would be very NFL. And Jibby, you mentioned that he doesn't step up enough in the pocket, but he's definitely climbing it. I mean, he's going right where you should. He's not sprinting forward in the pocket, but I don't know. I don't know pressure sense. I have no idea. Like there's an element of you know it when you see it, but the NFL is crazy fast. Then we get the next drive. Whew, this throw is not good. And that's the thing, Zoe. Like, Zaraj mentions Caleb said he felt the pressure, but didn't feel that he needed to step up faster than he was. And I can't help but feel like, Zoe, that's a perfect example of phrasing the difference between NFL understanding of theory and NFL experience, right? Like, in my opinion, Zoe, and this is, I think, the hardest part to explain about all this, is there's plenty of people that are looking at Caleb Williams and they're saying, well, we heard he was going to be generational. So where is it? But I actually personally, okay, if you can envision a quarterback's decision making as spokes on a wheel of what you can do, right? And each spoke leads you to a different answer. So some of these answers are simple things like check down. Some of these are wild, like roll, create, throw. So just envision the spokes on a wheel. All right. Nick Foles doesn't have access to most of these, right? Nick Foles is working with an overall spoke chart, if you will, of like 4 spokes ish. Nick Foles can check it down. Nick Foles can step up in the pocket. Nick Foles can rip that first read anyways. And Nick Foles can chortle just out of the pocket and push and throw the ball away. In my opinion, when you have access to more, it takes longer to get a handle on all of them. Because you do have to get a handle on all of them. You have a lot more decisions to make. That's my opinion. But let me see. I also don't think there's any problem with Kurt Warner asking Caleb Williams to be more cerebral. I also remember Kurt had that same problem with him in college. So a lot of guys are going to hang on to their priors, and Kurt's probably no exception. You ask Nate Tice, he's going to tell you that, he's going to tell you that he loves Caleb Williams. He loved Justin Fields. You ask Derek Klassen, he's going to tell you he loves Caleb Williams. Steven Ruiz, he's going to tell you he loves Caleb Williams. But all these guys see the exceptional physical talent and the passing mental ability, and they say he'll get there on the mental stuff. Kurt Warner doesn't believe that. I don't blame him for that. Kurt Warner's experience is not every quarterback can handle the cerebral stuff. Or maybe in his mind, he says it more like, I think I've heard him say this, that this is what's expected of quarterbacks when he talks about it. But everybody's grading off of ever so slightly different rubrics. That's okay. That is, yes, Bradley, I do see a lot of that. But yeah, Jimmy, this is sure what you hope is there, Floyd. This is nice. This is the first time I've seen this throw specifically. That is beautiful. Oh, yes. I've actually not seen Caleb hit one of these first window before. Like, it's just a slant that's got a little bit of corner action, and you got to get it through this window. And that is on time. It's on the body. That's nice. Good protection. Good rhythm. And a first down on second down. Heck yeah. Michael, are you a Valus guy too? Oh boy. It's a poison. It's a poison that I'm drinking, folks. If we're out of running backs, well, we've got a running back. He's apparently playing receiver right now. What is this call? Is this like a double curls kind of thing? I don't even know how the spacing's supposed to work here. Like, you've got a short curl and a deeper curl, and it's mirrored on each side, but it just feels to me like, in all likelihood, this defender is going to take away that curl. But what do I know? Check it down if you don't like the look. I don't like the look. That's the other thing, Zoe, that at least I look at when it comes to guys like Mahomes. We never saw him play as rookies. Maybe them not playing as rookies is part of the secret sauce, but a lot of but we just never saw it. So we don't really have tape to go back and compare anything to, for better and for worse. I think it's fine. I think you get enough good stuff. Like, for instance, I actually think Rome makes the right decision here. So, this is my opinion, but everybody gets their own opinion, I guess. You get an out. Man, what is DJ doing? So, what's DJ doing on this play? I don't know. He looks like he's running a circus corner, like that. And then there's an out. Looks like Kmet's running an out. And then I would imagine that what Rome is doing is Rome is running on the sheet, I imagine it's a post, but that he can convert to like a flatter post that looks vaguely like a go if he sees a safety in single high. So, Ben, if you see that safety trying to take away the middle of the field, you push the ball further towards the sideline, I guess you could say, and just drop it down. So, what's DJ doing on this play? I want to highlight it because it's pretty ugly. Either somehow DJ knows he's just not getting the ball, or I don't know what to tell you. Because DJ doesn't run this with any sharpness. I mean, that is in shells. That is a practice field route. I don't know what to say when I look at a play like that. But at least when we look at Rome, we see a little bit of speed. Rome gets downfield, gives the out, and the moment Rome sees his guy bite inside like that, it looks like Rome decides that he wants to go up the field. But the moment he gives that out and in fake, Caleb winds up to throw, right? So he lets go of the ball before Rome has broken upfield. And the moment Rome breaks upfield, I mean, I think he's got the space. Like, in my opinion, if Caleb puts that ball over him, Rome passes him easily, and they may get a sicko catch. Also, if Rome does break underneath him, I just have no idea if Rome is able to get to that spot. Like, I've got no clue whether or not Rome can get there. But this is another example of these two just miscommunicating. And especially when you're talking about a throw that lands in the end zone right under the Owen vote, you got to be on the same page if you're going to hit that thing at full stride and make a catch like that. And yeah, Kusai, he takes a couple hard steps up in the pocket too. Now, Donald mentions, he says that we're knitting Caleb for a game where he threw for over 350 yards. He did take 53 throws to do it. I'll never let anybody forget that people lauded Joe Burrow for a 300-yard game where he had 60 attempts. The attempts part matters. Normally, you're excited about a 300-yard game on 35 attempts. Yeah, Ben, that did happen. And I think it was like a Monday Night Football game. Well, sure, Jordan. Wins definitely matter more. You need to be able to win a ball game, but you take one step at a time, I guess. Oof, that sucks. Looks like Pryor gets popped. Caleb looks like he wants to try to step up past it and see if he can get this ball over the top. I have no idea if he can get into that window, because it looks like the corner is at least thinking about it the whole way. But Caleb looks like he's trying to step up and get it downfield, but he doesn't. It's too bad that Pryor, I guess he tries to technically pass off a stunt. So then he leaves right with two guys. And that's that at that point. Yikes. Probably not, Jibby. You're just going to have to live with that. Oh, it's worse. Gets that hand slapped away. See you later. Giant arms working against you, guard. Was this third down? 2nd and 18. Colts drop. Does Roshan make a play for us? Yes, he does. Thank you, Ro. Man, 55 is coming, too. I do not love this. Caleb's footwork on these kinds of plays is the sort of footwork where I'm glad he's got the arm to zip the ball in, but that stuff collapses eventually. You can't necessarily be doing that. Like, watch the spin. It's good that it's accurate. If it stays accurate forever, then sure, do whatever you want, which is pretty much what happened at USC. But your accuracy starts to waver, trouble. 3rd and 12, what do we got? Oh, it's Rome making a play. This is the yak piece to Rome's game that I would love to see more of. Good separation. We're playing with anticipation? Yes. Get the ball to the spot on time. Let our guy go break a tackle. 100%, Ben. Like, that's the thing. It's very... Rodgers is a great reminder of your footwork doesn't have to be perfect if you're consistently accurate. But if you're not consistently accurate, you have a bigger problem. Good protection, good ball. What is this, like a 3 verts iteration, I guess? You basically have one guy up the seam, one in the corner, another headed for the other corner, and then you've got to sit over the ball, and it looks like a running back wheel route. Probably want to take this. Like, realistically, you probably want to just send it to Rome, let him turn upfield, get what he can, go down around there. We won it all. There's not enough end zone back there. Catch you later, Prabhat. Any mistake is game crushing, Donald, when your other linemen are each making 4. Well, McFly, you mentioned take that and risk the clock running. That's a good question. I don't know what everybody's thinking about, like in terms of where they want to put the ball and when, because you're right, you got to get this ball in the end zone ASAP if you're going to do anything. I think these drives are funky. I've seen all kinds of people describe them as softer drives or garbage time, but 21-9 is a 2-score game, and as long as there's a timeout on the field, too many guys have lost in these situations. You're probably looking at, like, I don't know what, somebody check me. I don't know what ESPN says, but I'm sure at this moment they had about a 15% winning percentage. But 15 is way, way, way bigger than like 5, 3, or obviously 0, right? And so in these kinds of situations, it's hard for me to call it garbage time. And that's not just me. Is it seriously closer to 5 at that point? Yikes. Then it might be garbage time. Hey, I'm beholden to the stats and the data. And my personal cutoff is like 5%, where once you get to 5% or lower, you're probably in garbage time for all intents and purposes. It does feel that way, Donald. Yeah, seriously, McFly guy. All you got to do is just run that thing out. What do we see here? Did we check to this? Do they think we're going to pick him? Caleb, buddy, what did we think we were seeing? It looks like we make some kind of a check. 2.4%. Yeah, because I guess that means it's garbage time. That's tough. That's tough. But yeah, so we're running double slants, and the Colts have 3-on-2. I don't know what Caleb's doing checking this side of the play. Now, it's not like this is too much better. Like, the all slants package is not doing us a lot of favors. So maybe it's as simple as he sees the linebacker over here and looks in this direction. But you throw this right there, and oh my goodness, you're going to die. Like, that's a hospital ball. So he pushes back out to DJ Moore, and that's not much better. At least. Does the throw hit him? I think the throw gets to DJ. Not that I care. And I really mean that. Like, this is one of those plays where there's not much open. I'm glad there's a throw. If it's on target, that's even better. But this is just when guys start colliding. 3rd and 10. Throw to Carter. It definitely still a bad call. DBB, I got to tell you, personally, I'm tired of saying that. I'm sure you are too. And I'm not trying to take anything away from the fact that I believe it. I really like watching Caleb Williams. I'm excited to see him play. I think that personally, like Jordan mentioned earlier, Jordan said, empty stats and a loss and all the other stuff that the big, strong football fans that are tanking on Caleb Williams are going to say. And personally, I think the Bears deserved to lose. Like, my problem is that while the quarterback did not help the situation, because like, yo, Bears fans, we can say this. Caleb was the only reason that the season that you could argue that the game had a chance, such as the nature of playing quarterback, right? But he did not help the Bears. He just wasn't harming the Bears. I think a lot more was harming the Bears personally than just Caleb Williams. I don't look at Caleb and say that in week 3 he was the problem. He just wasn't the answer yet. But I also think that that comes with the territory, I guess. When I'm looking at a rookie, I'm not expecting him to be the hero immediately. So I can't help, or like, I don't know. By no means am I trying to rush to some judgment. I think everybody else is rushing to judgment so hard. I feel like I have to say something. But it's more like I look at this game and I think these are the kinds of games where if the Bears thought they were going to win off of the back of Caleb's arm and no running game, they were already going to lose. Can I be honest? Like, that's my problem, okay? When I look at this coaching staff, when I look at this team construction, when I look at the team that Brian Poles and Matt Eberflus put together, if the plan was to win games throwing 52 times with a rookie quarterback and never run the ball successfully pretty much all game, you were already going to lose. If the plan was to simply hold Anthony Richardson despite a couple of turnovers to less than 14 points, then job not successful. Game over. You lose. And so I personally look at a game like this, and I feel like this was the much more normal outcome for what we would have expected this season. Let me see. He had 3 turnovers. Right. And so let me see. 3 games in. Let's see. The pack without a pass quarterback ran for 250. Yeah, exactly. They ran for 1 billion yards. They and they held the Colts to 10 points, which that's it. So, and let me see. Oblivion, you said this is a run to judgment. Or you know this is a run to judgment, but how would I feel if Poles demoted Flus to DC and gets a new? That's just never gonna happen. You can't demote a head coach. You gotta fire him. If you're gonna demote him, you already made the decision that you didn't want him head coaching. So that's kind of that. I've just never seen the demotion thing happen literally ever. We're 3 games into something that's gonna take an awfully long time. The more I look at this, I'll tell you what. In my opinion, and there are going to be people that are not going to like to hear this. So just, I don't know, get prepped, I guess. But I personally think that watching this game had me thinking more than anything that this season could be a longer one. Not that it's explicitly awful or something. It could be ups and downs. And we do love the easy touchdown. Wide open guy, can't miss him, didn't miss him. I did not realize the win probability was so low at this point. I assumed that we were looking at a definitive non-garbage time. If this is garbage time, then what a bummer. The haters might have had a good point. And you move on to the next game and you hope it's even better. Let me see. Let's see. Aguzai mentions longer than the last 5 seasons. Not probably less long than some of them. I got to be honest. Last season was particularly soul crushing, if you ask me. Like with all of the hype that came into that season and the way things turned out, that was a bone crusher, if you ask me. And yeah, 100%, Jimmy. I mean, 38 points, leading the team up and down the field. Terry McLaurin is your wide receiver 1 and basically nobody else to work with. Man. But so, first of all, also, I mean, yeah, it is insane how much patience we can end up having with the Bears. The other thing I want to point out, I guess, is that I just have yet to see the Bears. Can I just here's my thing, okay? This stretches a little back to Matt Nagy, but it's especially true within the Matt Eberflus era. I have yet to see the Bears really shock me, right? That may not be fair because they came out against the Browns and they just rolled them until they didn't. But you seem to see all kinds of teams across the NFL that are finding solid players, getting an awful lot out of them, and creating these Sundays that are these NFL grind fests. And I'm not trying to tell you that I think the Bears are some supremely talented organization. There's nothing more common than Bears fans, unfortunately, overrating their players. But when even Brandon Thorne thinks that your offensive line should be like 20th and they clock in at 28th right now, according to or worse, according to most metrics, and you thought that your wide receivers should be special and they're not special at all. You thought that your defense was going to actually a lot of people thought they were going to be like a top 10 defense that wasn't a top 5, so that's about right. Bradley mentions, would I trade Caleb for Sean McVay? No, but you picked the one guy, right? Case mentions other teams managed to make random guy you've never heard of work as a wide receiver 2-3, whereas we can't get the number 9 overall pick and a future Hall of Famer to work. And yeah, I mean, that seems about right. Seriously. Like, it's tough, Case, because I really struggle watching some of these Bears games, and this is where I'm at. In a battle of head coaches, is Dave Canellis going to get, I don't know, is he going to pick up Scotty Miller and potentially get Scotty Miller into positions where Scotty Miller can succeed? Well, he might, but do I know the Bears are going to do that? They have not. They have 3 years. They have not. They are way better, at least in the Matt Eberflus tenure, they are way better at taking a guy like Darnell Mooney and hard capping him. Or apparently, so far, a guy like Keenan Allen. Or apparently, so far, a guy like Rome Odunze. I see it all the time, where you take somebody and he's fine, and then he comes to the Bears and he looks awful. Jibby, last year they just ran everything to DJ, and that's the Allen Robinson mechanism. I mean, it's by no means that I'm trying to tell you that means I think DJ is way better than what we're seeing. Like, whenever you're hearing me critiquing DJ, it's not that I don't think that dog is still in there. It's not like I think anybody needs to just hard swivel their opinion. I think Waldron is using him wrong, but I also don't know how you're going to fix this. Like, I don't know what to ask for. What am I going to literally ask for Getsy back? But Rome Dunze is off to a fine start, but I get that, CMC. I also think that Rome's making mental mistakes and that other rookies personally are looking a little more consistent. But you're welcome to disagree. Uh, Rome had a pretty good day for 53 dropbacks. Yes. But anyways, let me see. He was winning consistently. Let's see. Do we think we could trade DJ Moore for a first rounder? I think that's way too far. Joe mentions that here's the despite all the good things, despite all the things not good right now. We have a boatload of picks next year and plenty of cap space. Poles should be able to fix these roster problems without a rebuild. Joe, big picture, I agree with you. Small picture, it's week 3. Why are we talking about that? Right? Like, we came into this season wanting to watch a season of full football. If in week 3 we're already saying, well, tie it up, then that's evidence of a much bigger problem, if you ask me. And somebody, I think, has to be held accountable for it. But so I don't know what the answer is. And I'm not by any means about to just start hard stumping for Ben Johnson or something. But at the same time, I think it's easier these days to find a sicko DC and pair them with an offensive coach. I wouldn't be surprised if Ben Johnson could end up available to coach Caleb Williams. But, like, I don't know. We'll get there later, I guess. But so, let's see. TB, they're rookies being rookies. I don't know. I think that you're taking some of this too far. I think that I don't know. I don't think this may be a problem between me and you, just a little, but one difference. I would rather Caleb struggle through what the Bears are struggling through right now than play Tyson Bagent and potentially be 2-1 right now, because I just don't think that means anything. If you played Tyson and he ended up fine, and then you win a couple more games while Caleb theoretically develops and doesn't take hits and potentially doesn't develop bad habits, etc., etc., I just don't think that gets you anywhere. Maybe that's me falling to convention. Maybe it would be different if you did do something like that. But I think that right now, if you did put Tyson in, I don't know if the Bears are going to be able to run the ball any better. But anyways, except on the line. Alter Cliff Kingsbury as a second coaching stint would probably be awful, to be honest. It just, data is never on the side of guys in their second stint. TB, out of curiosity, Tyson Bagent has the potential to be a top blank quarterback in the league. Fill in that blank. Man. I think the answer is, personally, a top 25 quarterback in the league. I think Tyson could be an NFL starter, which I think is me being quite high on the kid. There are a lot of people that think he's just awful. Like, a bunch of the Bears dudes I know were wanting to see Tyson cut, which is wild if you ask me. But top 1 is about that's. I had a feeling we might be looking at something like that. I got you, dog. No worries. But the moment we're saying top 1, I think we just see quarterbacks differently, and that's all right. Dexter, my guy, can we win us a gap? Please, please. Our hero is soaking 2 blockers as best he can. We got to be able to we got to be able to hold. I guess we're winning one gap on our right. We're getting the edge blown out over here, which is its own problem. But man, I think when we talk about Tyson Bagent in terms of where he's potentially lacking, I think it's just general ball velocity. Let me see. ZTF, I'm not trying to say that he should sit out for what it's worth. It's not that ball velocity is everything, but I think Tyson Bagent getting the ball out to the field or out on certain patterns, especially if he's late at all, would be a lot harder than it would be for most quarterbacks that can generate more velocity. I think that clamps down already tight windows, tightens them further. Obviously, there's some deep ball questions, but I mean, if you can throw a 30-yard ball on time, then you're going to be just fine. And so I think the deep ball thing is over exaggerated. You don't need to be able to hit some 60-yard banger in the NFL to succeed, but also you need to be able to throw it outside the numbers with consistency. I have no idea what Bagent's limitations would be in his second season because when he was a rookie, he looked like a rookie and he deteriorated. He fell apart after that Saints game and Chargers game. And I thought that Panthers game was one of the worst games a quarterback played that season. But he's a rookie, and you're hearing the same standard applied to Bagent that I would apply to Caleb, where I'm incredibly forgiving to rookie quarterbacks because I just don't think they're there yet. And then Tyson shows up in the preseason, he looks like a young king because he was a rookie and he grew through the experience because that's how it works for rookies that play. They learn, they get better. And so I'm trying to be as consistent as I can here. I like Bagent a lot. But I also think that you can overrate the physical or the mental. Got to remember, Tom Brady had a cannon. Aaron Rodgers has some of the most disgusting physical tools possible. Peyton Manning has a cannon. You just don't get very far if you can't pipe that pill. But that's my opinion. You're welcome to a different one. And that's the thing, Jibby. When you mention him being, what are we talking about when it comes to generational talent? He is a generational talent. Generational talent does not immediately mean generational results. Talent. That word's there for a reason. Man, that would be sick. Second year or a second round pick. Hot dang. It's beyond playing without an offensive line. Man, I just saw plays like this all the time. I feel like people got confused on what the word generational meant, personally. Is it other rookies, Jibby? Do you feel like he's being outshined by Bo Nix? I don't. Bo won a game. That's good. Is that all it is? Is it the QB wins thing? Or is it just Jaden, the fifth-year senior, who's played more football? Man, what are we doing, dude? That is wide open. Like, I think Kyler kind of leaves that open. That's there. That's a good decision. That ball's just a sky mail. This bothers me, okay? Going through the defensive tape, I had a feeling that I was going to see this, right? But what bums me out is Anthony Richardson could have probably scored 30 points. Like, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about how well the Bears defense played because Anthony Richardson blew so many chances. But instead we are. We could have been talking about how the Bears got blown out by the Colts, which is a separate problem. But seriously, Bull don't lie. Richardson was handing Flus this game. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Do you see this? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Chicago Fanatic, are you in here? Oh no. You want to talk about nightmare? That. Dexter needs to be consistent in the run game. And this is a good seller, or this is a good center, or a good guard, as far as I know. But this center latches, or I think it's a guard. Sorry, I've screwed that up twice. He latches, and he throws our guy around. You say that, Jib. What all I know coming into this game is that at the end, a friend of mine, Bill Zimmerman, charted this and found that at the end of the game, where did they go to get their rushing yards? Right at number 99. And they got him. 12 carries, I think, for 74 yards. 40 skills. Thanks so much for subscribing. I appreciate it, man. So when he got run stops, because it's kind of like the corner that gets a couple interceptions because he's thrown at all the time, right? The rookie Tyreek Stevenson thing, if you will. That's the thing. You mentioned at least he can pass rush a bit. Well, there's definitely a piece of this where it's like you need a lot of dudes on your defensive line. So I'm never going to be truly disappointed with Javon Dexter, no matter what happens. But we'll see. And the Colts do have a really good offensive line. So maybe you're just going to take some L's. And I'm by no means Donald, I guess, trying to necessarily super duper single out Dexter or something like that. Good play by DeMarcus Walker. Just fitting. Brisker gets downhill, helps make the tackle too. That's one thing we talked about, though, Jib, is when it comes to tackle, you pretty much have to draft them there. Like that top 14, top 15, you need a tackle. And if you're going to get a tackle, that's where you get them. I hope Wright takes another step forward, too. I do think he can play, make some mistakes, but yeah, he needed a huge hit. Exactly, Hester. Right? You probably wanted more of a home run, and he is closer to a single. Good job by the defense. And I'm not paying that much attention here. What do we got? What is it? Is it a screen? Yeah, it's a throwback screen to 81. Good job, D. Get there, Bill. 87's wild. I don't know if Pickens is a strikeout, but he's not doing great, is he? What are we, 1st and 10 here? Man, I don't know the down and distance. I am fading. Pickens at edge. I love it. Okay. This was garbage. I'm not even being a homer. This is garbage. I've never seen this called. That's actually not true. I've seen it called a couple times. But players like Lamar, like Anthony Richardson, especially when he's running, he's actively running. He's trying to throw the football. I can't believe that wasn't considered a live play. I understand protecting the quarterback. I really do get it. But according to almost any, I don't know, motion rule, if you're not calling it there and you're not calling it, then you got to move. Like, then at this point, where are you blowing the whistle? Because by the time he finally blows it, Bill already caught the ball. It's just a weird call. No, Cordy, I don't think he has. I did too. Chicago fanatic. It's so bad. It's so bad. I have to admit something. I have to admit this out loud. Chicago fanatic said exactly what I was thinking, and I'm not even playing. Did I want the points? Yes. Did I want the turnover and putting the ball sudden change on the 20 so that potentially Caleb could cheese out his first NFL touchdown? Yes. What did I really want? Andrew Billings to have an interception on his stat sheet. I was like, Andrew Billings getting an interception would have just about made my year. Alas. There's that run look. Colts go tunnel screen. Look at this. Bears present a gaping open run look. What do the Colts do? They use it. They just get all their guys out. And what do you know? Their guys block people. Man, Josh, you are behind. Oh boy, there we go. There's some pressure. That looked like it was. Is that Morgan? Yeah, that's Chris Morgan, number 91, with a little bit of juice right here on Kelly, the center. Get downhill then. Yeah, everybody was going to hate this Stevenson tackle. The attempt at the corner throw. Torrey Taylor was really disappointing. I was expecting a couple of moon rocks, and we didn't get any. Every punt felt fairly bad, TBH. This was an awful game to watch. It was slightly better than the Sunday Night Football game, but it was an awful, very depressing game to watch. I'm sure you guys felt that way, where it was like, oh, the offense is struggling again. Oh, it's going to be one of those games. Why do I like this sport? Like, it was a very nihilistic game. Good play, Book. Good play, Book. Whoosh. Good job getting around him. Beats two blockers. Get down. Oh, did I call him Chris Morgan? Whoops. Chris Williams. That's what I get. You did call it out, Ben, and I didn't know what you had called out. Oh, get it, Billings. Underneath. 2 feet backwards. Billings is going for the inverse pancake. Third and 10. And I mean, this blew my mind. This blew my mind, okay? So the defensive tape isn't even all that long. 3rd and 10, 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 3rd and 10. What are we doing? Why? Why are we playing press? What do we think they're going to do? I mean, not to play backseat defensive coordinator here. Run cover 4. Run cover 4 almost every single play in these cases. Like, run match quarters, if you ask me. Just sit back. Thanks so much, Marco. Appreciate you. Like, if you want to do some kind of, I mean, you don't need a 3x1 adjustment. Just make Anthony Richardson throw anywhere in here to pick up these 10 yards. Bad drawing. You get it. But for us to play press, like there's not, for us to play press, and look, Jalen is hunting something underneath. Like, we're playing something underneath here. As if the only thing that Anthony Richardson can't do is throw deep. I think that is wild. Especially when then you look at Kyler Gordon. Kyler Gordon's against Josh Downs. Does he win? I would say so. Like, I think he's got a step if you wanted to throw at him. But that's my thing, Doctor, is I'm sitting here like, there's only one thing they're going to do. They're just going to throw deep on you, especially if you offer them a single high look. But, do whatever you want. It's just unacceptable if you ask me. Like, actually, with most other offenses, I get it. That's going to happen sometimes. You leave Jalen Johnson one-on-one with a decent receiver, it'll happen. It's going to. And it'll happen the other way for the Bears eventually. But for the Bears, in my opinion, to let Anthony Richardson do what he does, and like the only thing he really does, that's free yardage. You're making life way too easy. Run up the middle. What do we got? Good job, Brisker. Getting into that fit, baby. Cordy Skills asks, do the Bears have the do the Bears have the worst coaching staff in football? And I'm going to throw that one to the chat. I don't think the Bears have the worst coaching staff in football. I could already name you one that I think is worse just off the top of my head. But how many coaching staffs do you think the Bears are better than? Being honest. Like, top to bottom. How many do you think they're better at? Is the biggest question I've got. Jags was my answer, Donald. Or Jags was my answer, Ben. I was like, the Jags are the ones that come to mind to me. That team is terrible. Go get him, Sanborn. Sanborn's going to go get himself paid. Like, this feels very Nick Kwiatkowski. Where are these runs? Seriously. This does not feel that hard. But just basic power runs like this that just move guys around and make it to where you don't need to be all that special on this side of the ball to get Matt Pryor to just hit the outside shoulder of DeMarcus Walker and set up a one-on-one. Sangon's that dude. Oh man, is this? One of the most ridiculous plays I've seen in a long time. That's the thing, Ben. Ben mentions that this didn't work. I agree with you, but by changing the blocking angles, you end up with a better chance to erase defensive line defensive line problems. That's the big thing I'm looking at. Is here this Colts offensive line is getting the kind of leverage they need to just erase the defensive line in front of them. In my opinion, creativity within your blocking angles is the best way to sow confusion on the defensive line and give your offensive line as much of an advantage as you're able to. That's my take, It's something Getsy did really well, and it helped the Bears' offensive line look like not a bunch of scrubs. This year, they're mano a mano. And what do you know? But yeah, Case, you mentioned that Anthony Richardson somehow thinks he's going to get this ball over the top and hit him with a pop pass. But oh my goodness, like good play by Sanborn. Don't get me wrong, because he tips it. What a suicide pass. This is just so bad. Man, the pro personnel department for the Bears has been pretty tough. I'll tell you what, I think Tremaine Edmonds, I am going to say it again. I say it every time I bring up Edmonds. I hate paying linebackers pretty much. That's the long and short of it. Is you pay a linebacker $18 million, I automatically don't like the move because I tend to think that there's a lot more Sanborns and TJ Edwards is out there. Though TJ Edwards sure looked like a cheap linebacker last time. Whatever, right? Edmonds has been playing much better, uh, and I like that. I appreciate the fact that Edmonds looks comfortable and that he's the kind of guy that does seem like he's settling into whatever the Bears have. But $18 million. Anyways. Yeah, they're all over, Jordan. They're all over. But at least Edmonds is playing like not a loss. Simple plays like this, where it's just range over. Good job, everybody else. Make a tackle in space. Lisan, you know the rules. They got to win. They got to go 500. 500 over 2 years. What is this? Let's see what happens. as soon as I ask for cover 4, the Bears go cover 4 and they leave a receiver wide open. Stevens is doing his job. It's not Stevens' fault. Stevenson gets run off. I mean, they're wide open. You got guys just running wide open. It's a good coverage beater, don't get me wrong. The Bears don't seem to call any of these, right? And it's so funny, by the way. I feel like the curse of being a Bears fan is that there are moments where I look at these and I go, hey, it's a good coverage beater. And then you don't get like any of them the other way. Like the Bears offense doesn't do that. Man, there's just nobody on him. The moment you go cover 4 to that side, there's just nobody there. Byard's hunting that underneath dig, but it doesn't help anything. Rip. Well, so cover 4 is weird like that, Ben, where the moment that you get a good stem up field, the no, not the offense, Quinn. We're on the defense now. I should change it. The moment that you get a good stem, both cover 4 defenders have to push back. It is the ultimate weakness of cover 4. It's why I'm suggesting it on like a third down in that case, but did they just No, it's second down. Play action fake doesn't help by the looks of it because it looks like both linebackers don't get any depth. But I don't know how much depth they would have needed. TJ would have had to basically drift all the way backwards, and then he's got to come up to make the hit. Hey, I think Brisker's been playing good ball. I've had my questions about Jaquan in the past, but there was something about rewatching some tape without automatically starting angry at him that was very healing for me, and I recommend it. Oh boy. So TJ Edwards had like a 30 on PFF. And I did this kind of plays where I can see why. That's so bad. Like, tough, tough missed tackle. But also, everybody else just gets buried. Look at this. It's such beautiful running. It's funny, Donald. I think it's a good line, or I think it's a good run, but I also think just nobody makes a play. You need somebody, I think, to make a play. Nobody does. 1-on-1. Great block. I'm a huge fan of safeties, and I am such a big proponent of not ever drafting one higher in the third round. I love safeties, man. I love DBs, but I think first 2 rounds are for corner, and even then, I think it's hard to find a really good one. But a you can find a safety. It's what vision looks like, but Reinhardt, check this out. Watch the center on Tremaine Edmonds. In most situations, Byard's the one who cuts this play off. But kudos to the center, Kelly. He gets out into space and then sets an edge for his guy. And Taylor works with it. You want to talk about following your blocks? You have one block out there. Just one. And it looks like the tight end, Mo Alley Cox, just ushers DeMarcus Walker all the way back through the rest of the play. Taylor works with it, and the moment he's out into that space, he's gone. It's a tight running game. Oh, that is Nelson. You're right. Thank you, Oblivion. Yeah, Walker does look lost. Like, he literally doesn't know where the ball is. Jonathan Taylor is sick. I never want to sound like the other guys on the. I never want to sound like the guys on the other side of the field are somehow like not talented or something. Like, this is a really solid run. I love these kinds of little stutter step patience moves. I also love the traffic that these kinds of runs creates. Like, look at this. I don't know if it's long trap or gap, and I'm not going to focus too hard on it. But 56 coming across keeps everybody spicy and creates enough commotion to where Taylor's able to read stuff out and go from there. The whole run unit looks good. Oh, that's a big tackle. Ooh, that's a big tackle. You don't miss, or you miss this tackle. This is all right. So sometimes the Orlovsky thing gets memed on. No, this is a touchdown saving tackle. Like, this is you can't miss that one. He might be gone. So here's my thing, Donald. So Donald mentions Titan, tumultuous Titan. Call me a homer, but I think we get healthy against the Rams. And Donald, I want to point out 2 things. Number one, with the way the NFL tends to work, it wouldn't surprise me if you're right. Also, just pointing out the obvious here, Donald. I know you need that way worse than you want to admit. Where if the Bears don't get healthy, I'll see you back here next week going, it's over. Man, sometimes the Bears make moves that I don't know what to do with because I have to watch the tape, right? There are plenty of my compatriots that'll complain about a Bears move and then they'll watch the broadcast once and they'll go, see, Swift sucks, right? And so I have to watch the tape. So then I go through and I'm like, I guess he's fast. Maybe that's part of why they wanted to hand him $8 million. Yo, the Swift move looks awful. Like, we could talk about the Everett move, but there are so many teams and so many players that get caught trying to rekindle somebody's late career for a couple mil, and it's fine. I mean, it's a burned move, but there are burned moves on a lot of rosters, especially in free agency. But the Swift thing is an actual swing. Like, the Swift thing was actually something that the Bears clearly thought they got right. They were flat out happy with it. And that is pretty wild. Like, yikes, if you ask me. And I don't want to play him. Like, I guess he's got some value as a third down gadget, but I don't, on first and second down, I don't know if he's useful unless you're splitting him out or running him a pass out of a backfield. And yeah, 100% DBB that they went after Saquon and he was their backup plan. Like, totally. But I don't know if they needed a backup plan. You can't not do that. Every pro personnel, these guys want to spend the money. Like, I know that sounds silly, but sometimes you'd swear they act like it. Ryan Pace, the Pace one, handing Jimmy Graham that much money is still one of the most ridiculous. The joke that I've made for my whole life, and I'm going to continue to, is I'm still pretty sure that Ryan Pace sat down with Jimmy Graham at a table and he said, all right, Jimmy, what number is it going to take you to come to Chicago? And Jimmy, being a negotiator, he said a high number. He said, I don't know, $9 million a year or something, thinking that Ryan Pace would then come down and they'd settle somewhere around $6.5 million. And Pace just said done and wrote the contract. Man. Yeah, he's just been awesome, U-Dog. And then, let's see. Jimmy, it's always a question of whether or not they look good enough to justify that first-round talent, but we'll see. It did feel that way, right, at WFM? Who gets there? Is this Dexter? There we go, bud. Dexter gets a lot of chances. But now and again, you see a sweet pass rush. And I'm about that. Give the guy the flowers that I think he deserves when he deserves them. Like, this is nice. Let's build off this, Javon. Boom. I hate these, man. I wish there was some way to change the rulebook. This is me just whining. Just so we're on the same page. I'm just going to whine. This is intentional grounding. That's no, he's not in the area. He's not even in the area code. Like, I respect that there are plenty of guys like Caleb that literally do the same thing. And I think it should be grounding when they do it too. Like, if we're going to have a tackle box, then at least when you're in the tackle box, make the quarterback own that the ball has to darn near hit somebody. At least get them relatively close, for crying out loud. That good. We clear the Gatorade, y'all. We clear the Gatorade. Like, that is that is vaguely on a line to him, but there's no human that if I threw it, if I was in a real stadium with a bunch of friends and Ben Rosenblum was standing right here and I threw it over here, Ben would not say, "Hey, you missed me." He would say, "Who was that?" Like, who was that to? Again, that's just me whining. And frankly, NFL scoring's down, so they're going to allow even more garbage. Probably. But I just think that's ridiculous. Like, they called that incomplete. Did he bobble it? Donald, they're not talking about banning cover two. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Offenses need to play better. I do think that the September problem is a bigger problem. That's the thing, Case. If it did hit the paint, I'm fine with it. If it whizzed kind of by his head, I'm fine with it. No, they didn't call it incomplete. I'm stupid. But it clears the benches. I mean, y'all, is this good defense? This looks to me like it's a sweet pick. Like, this looks to me like it's good offense by Shane Steichen. That's a horrible miss. Now, Z mentions, should that also be grounding? This looks to me like a clear miss. Like, in this case, in this setting, especially given that we're not blatantly trying to avoid a sack, like, because that's the thing, Z. For me, at least, it's when it's a blatant sack avoidance, right? Though, if we started handing out intentional groundings for horrible passing plays, I would laugh. I think I'd let it go. I mean, I'd be like, this works for me. But this is an awful throw. And we just know that because you've seen it. Like you've seen Richardson miss these kinds of things. No, fair enough, Khalid. I'm just seeing it as it is. I love the joke. Oh my goodness. How are we already here? Did the Colts seriously have so little possession that we're already in the third quarter? That's ridiculous. This defensive tape is the easiest tape I've ever watched because there's like no plays on it. This is one of the worst throws I think I've ever seen from an NFL quarterback in my life. Am I allowed to say that? Jordan, is that too far? I'm a pretty metered person. This is one of the worst throws I think I've ever seen in my life. Like Richardson with a completely unnecessary jump step just sends it to the DB, straight to the DB. I think so. Where I'm at, Ben, is at least when I guess I'm looking at it, it's so open. It's so open. And the worst part is, dude, Richardson has his choice, if you ask me. Jalen's not looking at the ball right now. Jalen carves this off. Look. I would zoom. I would zoom this if I could. I would zoom this if I could. Jalen is about to carve this off for 11 blindly. He just knows that Richardson's going to do it. If Richardson just sent this thing to the moon, dude scores. Like 14, Alec Pierce is wide open. Wide open. Kudos to Jalen for reading him. Like, I'm not trying to take that away, Reinhardt. I'm more trying to say that if Richardson had called his bluff, they score. Thanks, Case. It's just such a blown opportunity. That's, I think, that might be the best way I could put that, Ben, is this feels to me like one of those opportunities where I'm like, how did you get the pick? Like, of all the things, how'd you throw a pick here? And the worst is the nonchalance. You know what? TB17, if you're still in here, if you're looking at a guy like Richardson and then you look over at the Uber talent like Caleb and you say, this is why I don't want one, I can actually understand the rage for on a week like this. Get in there, Tyson. Let me see. Which pick? Eric, you mentioned you mentioned Stafford. I'm worried about Dalton. Hey, Donald, I just said I'm worried, okay? I didn't say it's a given. Catch you later, Reinhardt. I'll probably close up shop here soon, too. I gotta. CMC, I'm not surprised they're favored. They have to be favored. They have to be favored. The whole team's on IR. Yeah, Nagy knew. To Chicago, I hear you. I hear you. Okay, Chicago Fanatic, here's my thing. All right. Dave Canellis, Andy Dalton, Adam Thielen. Is Adam Thielen on IR? Is he coming back? But anyways, Dave Canellis, the Panthers, Andy Dalton. They are all trying to prove that they are rosterable NFL players and that they have a place in this league. I mean, they are going to come out absolutely firing. I guess not Thielen. Bummer. Sorry, Adam. Point being that you mentioned Donald that you mentioned that it's not as if the Raiders played well, and they didn't. I'm not trying to say that they were or are going to, but I do think that this Panthers team is trying to make a statement, and they're motivated. They're really motivated. And depending on what happens this weekend, they may roll up to the Bears. Let's not forget, it's the org that just traded for Bryce. So it's going to be all the talk that the Bears should steamroll the Panthers, which is unfortunately a great recipe for the team that feels slighted to just come back with an extra edge. Like, doesn't mean anything. These are pro athletes. They shouldn't need external circumstances to motivate them. But this is that shake your fist destiny run that may not go on forever, but it may go on for 3 total weeks. So we'll see. Like, that's the thing. I think what Jordan's saying that is more what I'm getting at, Donald, is the Bears are not exactly looking dominant right now. Like, the way the Bears are playing, all it'll take is a couple bad bounces and an okay game or an all right management job from Andy Dalton, and it could get it may turn away from us. But like you're saying, Chicago, I hear you. Yeah, seriously, Ben, right? Put Bryce back in for revenge. I hope they do. It is just crazy. Hey. Oh yeah, TB. They got to get off the ground. We're still in the basement. This one. If I'm a Colts fan, this ball broke my heart. I mean, we've already pointed out like 3 or 4 wide open first downs. Y'all, TJ doesn't get out at all. Like, beautifully created traffic by Shane Steichen. I really love this play, actually. Like, boom, boom. Like, we create some traffic. TJ struggles to navigate it. This is a gorgeous, gorgeous play if we can drop the ball in the bucket, which we don't. I don't know if it's a TD because I think Bayard might have caught him, but it's hard to tell. Khalid, I agree. That may be the case. I will not get the time to do it, but if I somehow made of time, I would watch the Dalton tape. Ooh. Did Pickens play at all? Oh, nice play. Well, it almost was. It was almost really sweet by Jalen Johnson, but instead it's just pretty sweet. Second and 13. I'm almost shocked there's not more of this in Richardson's game. Like, he's one of the most athletic beings in the league. Just go get some. There's a little snag there. He lets go at the right time, unfortunately. Which is a weird thing to say. But yeah, the moment that he starts to what do you call it? Disengage, he disengages. Yeah, fair enough, tumultuous. 3rd and 5. They gonna run it. Okay, good play, Dexter. Way to keep your gap. There we go. Do they run a play here? They do. Oh, that's huge. I'd go so far as to say this is the most encouraging thing you could ask for. That's Dexter at one technique. And I mean, granted, I don't really understand quite why the front doesn't try any harder to move him, but they don't. Like, we will take him holding a double or the point of attack on a double team pretty much any way it comes. Is this another? Yeah, okay. Okay. Double teams are always funky. I feel like there are people that are not me that love D line that want these guys to drive down, get low, and anchor like maniacs. But honestly, if you could just keep the double team on you and set up a tackle, that works. It's a 2-yard gain. Like Dexter literally gave up 2 yards and then the back gets 2 yards. So yeah, if you could just keep the guys engaged on you, you already did your job, as far as I'm concerned. But there are a lot of D-line purists that want even better. Hey, I'm down to see whatever the tape sees. This was such a sweat length play. I loved that it wasn't called a horse collar. I mean, it really is like watching the Michael Jordan Space Jam dunk. Just no pressure. It was so funny, Chicago, because it was like they gave him props for the tackle, but it's just, let me see. Did I sweat switch from to hip drop, right? That's what I was laughing about, Dr. Truth. I will tell you what. Okay, so here's my thing. This is worth saying, okay? I get what the NFL is going for in outlawing the hip drop. I think that's a bridge too far, personally. I don't know how to call it. Like, you can call it when you see it, but it is an absurd amount of tackles. So what are you going to do? Are you going to call the bad hip drops? I mean, most of the time when I've seen hip drops, that's just, I mean, that's basically form tackling. Like, wrap up and just drop your weight. It is all over American football. And I'm happy for rugby that they managed to ban it. I do not have any idea how you're specifically supposed to ban the whole hip drop. And Ben, stuff like that, right? Like the bad ones, like the TJ Edwards hip drop the other day, I could understand penalizing that. But we're penalizing a specific type of hip drop, right? Because the absurd majority of these hip drops, like the Montez one just now, no, Martin, it's not that Montez got fined. It's more pointing out, let me go back to the Space Jam tackle, that it's more pointing out that classically speaking, this is still a hip drop. Like, this is still grab by the hips and then just drop yourself. This is the lightest and tamest form of hip drop tackling, but it's still a hip drop. And so it's just kind of hard to tackle a human being. At least in a sport like football where there is so much contact and you're wearing so many pads. It's just hard to do. So I completely get what they're trying to do here. Like, I totally get it. CMC asks, gun to my head, do I say we win on Sunday? Looking in the camera. Yes. I think it's really easy after the Texans game. I'll include the Titans game. I think it's really easy after the Texans game and the Colts game to feel like the Bears are awful. And this is a statement game. And I think the Bears will remind everybody that they are. Oh, shoot. Wait. Did I say this wrong? I did say this wrong, didn't I? I'm so sorry. Uh, they're gonna win. Did I say they're gonna win? Uh, I think they'll win. I really do. Like, what I think personally is that McVay is especially good against guys in his own division, especially good against Kyle Shanahan. That Rams team, okay, just wanted to make sure. That Rams team went crazy, partially because they played the 49ers. So, what at least what I am expecting is that the Rams are going to come to Soldier Field. I won't be surprised if Stafford moves the ball decently, but I won't be surprised if but I'm expecting the Bears to move it pretty decently too. But that's also partially because I don't think that the Bears are in a position where they can afford to be 1-3. Uh, in a world of who wants it more. So I think I mentioned this in last podcast, right? Where I talked about how the Colts wanted it more and that the Bears would have to basically survive a flurry. Well, they kind of did. Or the Colts kind of did want it more. And in the run game, I think they showed it for what it's worth. Jibby mentions, how are we going to move the ball? We'll all figure it out together, I guess. I think the Bears will throw it a little, but it's not like they're going to run the ball well. So we'll find out. Because that's the Lions. Not a good matchup with what's going on with Chicago right now. I'll be honest. I think that I actually think that the Rams. It's tough because I like the Rams a lot. Like, my head almost says Rams, to be honest. But I also think that we can be so week to week about the way that the league turns that it's easy to forget that, yeah, an NFL team will have a couple bad weeks and then they'll bow up and have a good performance when they desperately need one sometimes. And I think the Bears are in a bad way if they lose this game. I just don't know that they will. But, anyways. I also think that there's always a chance that Stafford and that Rams team roll out the skeleton crew and they finally look like a skeleton crew. They just run out of fumes. There we go, Devon. Riding it. Z, I'm just going to be shocked if Keenan Allen's back. Would love for you to be right, but I'll be shocked. It's a good screen. Oh boy, TB, that would be brutal. Yeah, not on the DL, Jordan, but on the offensive line they are. Which could just create another slobber knocker. The Bears and ugly football games. They go hand in hand. Ben. Donald, you say that like Kobe Turner and Verse aren't plenty. But it is nice to not deal with Aaron Donald, that's for sure. This play also made me so sad. Billings is two gapping, and Jonathan Taylor just dips around him. I wanted Byron Murphy, man. Murphy would be awesome. It's so tough, though, because, Ben, you go, yeah, JT, that dude. And then it's like, yeah, Trey Sermon, that dude. Right? Oh, man. If there is one big problem, I'll own it because I think it's worth talking about. I don't know that Billings gets enough snaps off, and I wonder if that means that during the late points of games that he and some of the other core Bears interior linemen lose their edge because they're tired. But they haven't been on the field. Y'all, the offensive tape is an hour and 20 minutes long. The defensive tape is 48 minutes long. Like, I don't want to be the guy that says miss me with that all too often. The defense does not have much to complain about. They played 80, they played 54. But depth might be the bigger problem. Cuz depth, like you're saying, Q, means that you just can't rotate guys at all. So when your guys do start getting a bunch of snaps, they start to feel it that much faster. Like, I'll tell you right now, Billings doesn't get moved like this often. Like, dude must be tired. because especially against a double team. Now, granted, that's two good Colts linemen, but it's tough. Here's the play. Everybody's complaining about it. It's the cool thing in the Bears world to complain about it. They're always going to give this to the running backs. They're always going to give this to the running back. If that's Anthony Richardson in the pile, they blow it dead. But it's not. Chicago says, I hate this play with my life. And what is it they hold? No, this is the defensive hands of the face. Who makes this play? Hey, good job fishing through traffic, Spider-Man. He and Brisker do a good job. 2 second-round picks for one run stuff. Oh, I forgot about this one. This is a sweet blitz. Look at how tight Tremaine keeps that angle. Like, attacks, just slips around the hole. I don't even know if Richardson sees him until it's way too late. I mean, it's not often that I feel like you see a quarterback eat contact like this. Like, that is full-blown contact. The blitz path is so nice. Oh my goodness, this is such a sick blitz. Because a lot of linebackers I've seen will just go hard out, hard back in, and then 72 probably picks him up. Probably. But he just hides himself. No chance. Seriously, Martin, it's a bad game. Bad game from the Colts signal caller. Look at Sweat. This is funny. Montez Sweat feels Tremaine whip around him and just stops. Look at this. Like, Montez steps over here and just says, yeah, I'm done. I ain't got nothing else to do. All he did was just take on the blocker, feel him go. I'm out. Just wants to watch the hit, right, Q? There goes TJ Edwards. Man, what a huge pickup from the back. If this throw, I don't want to be this guy. If this throw's any better, the Bears get smoked again. That is such a massive gash. That's exactly what you want. I mean, that's exactly what you want. It is. It's a great play by Byard. But man, put that ball in a line. I agree, Donald, that it is a hard throw. But I also feel like if he drives the ball, he can get it there. He has to stop and come back a lot. It's the truth, you. It's the truth. He should make that throw, Jib. It's hard because, okay, if I can say what I'm thinking up here, I've had a whole lot of people tell me that I shouldn't ask for more from the defense. And when I'm watching this, I'm like, the Colts should have run us out of Lucas Oil. Like, the Colts should have just blown us out of Lucas Oil. They just didn't. Anthony Richardson just screwed up. And for that, I guess I'm thankful that the Bears got to be in it for as long as they did. But it is just blown chance on blown chance on blown chance. How you doing, Gates? And that feels foreboding. I just don't know what it's foreboding. Catch you later, Marcus. Okay, hang on. Like, uh, what's the Bajent news? I'm ready to hear what the Bajent news is. Oh, I see this. Uh, so because the Chiefs quarterback Chris Oladokin worked out for the Chicago Bears, there's some folks that are thinking that Tyson Bagent is potentially being traded. Here's the thing, at least for me, uh, Oladokin is awful. I almost don't know why they'd bring him on at all, but maybe it could be. I got to be honest, man. I'm rooting for the kid. Like, okay, I watched so much Fields tape that when people said things, and I get it. Look, okay, y'all, if I could just say exactly what I'm thinking for a hot minute, like when you're in my position, I'm having a conversation with like 40 people at once, which I get it. You guys are too, but I'm moderating and talking to everybody all at the same time. It's not that it's that hard. It's more that it puts a lot of pressure on the player that I'm watching, and especially when it's the quarterback, because I swear it's like 50% of the stream, no matter what. It's always going to be exclusively about the quarterback. Um, so when it comes to a player like Fields, I end up needing to say something like, I'm rooting for him. When Fields left Chicago, I just felt nothing. I was done. I didn't need to watch any more tape from Justin. I knew Justin really well. If you needed me to write a scouting report, I could write the whole scouting report fearlessly. I knew exactly what he was. He goes to Pittsburgh. He's been exactly who he was in Chicago. He's taking safer throws. He's taking less risks downfield. Outside of that, it's the same. So when it comes to Bajent, we've seen 4 games. I haven't seen it all yet. That would be near appointment television for me. Like that's that's where I'm building up to. Is like I would love to see that. I would love to see Bajent starting games. I think it'd be awesome. That would be fun. Jordan, do you mean like his rookie season? I think his rookie season he looked great. I think after 2022 and certainly in 2023, the clay set and they set on something else. Disappointing. Organizational development, sure, but I'd challenge you. Are you just holding on to priors? See, because Jordan, I think on one hand, you might be right. But on another hand, that reads like classic prior holding. I agree with you in principle. It's why I wanted Fields in the first place. I'm not just changing my mind or something, but I also think the players got to own their own development. It's the only way we have that we can evaluate this. Otherwise, we just end up saying weird things like Anthony Miller could have been good if he went to a better organization, which like I still feel, but then he went to four more organizations and did not magically flip the switch. I explain it with the 200 club, Jordan. I mean, I definitely don't think the coaching was good, but I also think the player has to own their development. Brisker, do we attack the wrong hole here? Feels like we do. Yeah, baby, Jibby. Throw a pick on a tipped ball. Don't do it. Hit the flat next time. There it is. That's the game. You watched the whole defensive tape. Probably felt real short. That guy mentions, I'm afraid they're doing what Jacksonville did to Trevor Lawrence. And I got to tell you, that guy, they might be. Don't know what to say. We don't know. We're not going to know. But yeah, that was tough. Like, it's more Jibby. I just have no control over it. Like, Ben, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think that we're in hot water or something. I also think that if you tell me, yeah, but what about this? I don't know. What about it? Like, we don't we don't get a say. I don't like their coach. I don't like their offensive coordinator. I feel like the offensive unit looks really bad. I would look at this and I would say a lot of people would struggle to play quarterback in this situation. But then I get like double deja vu. And I felt that way about Nagy. I felt that way about Nagy with different quarterbacks. I felt that way about Fields within the Getsy like ecosystem. Past a certain point, it's like what, midnight right now? It's like 12:20. Past a certain point, you wear the Bears jersey, you play bad when you're playing quarterback. So, or you play bad when you're playing wide receiver, or you play bad when you're playing guard, because apparently that's just where we are. So, we'll see. Like, I think Caleb's going to be fine. But also, if everybody's looking to freak out, we haven't seen anything that's going to stop you from freaking out yet. So, go ahead. I think I'm just tired of litigating it, Ben. Like, if you want to say Caleb looks like short Jameis Winston, sure. My expectation would be that by the end of the year, Caleb's going to be the first rookie to have, at the very least, thrown for 3,000 yards in a Bears uniform. And if he's not, then we've got a massive problem on our hands. The problem is that I'm also looking at a team that I think is worse than we thought it was. I really don't like the defensive performance. When I'm watching, like, I'm kidding, Eric. To be clear, like, that's the thing, Jimmy. I think short Jameis Winston is just hilarious. Like, I think it's just funny. Uh, and I look at this and I say, takes will either be validated or they won't by like week 10. Here's my biggest problem, okay? Is Can I tell you for sure that Caleb's about to come out and prove all the haters wrong against the Rams? No. I have no idea. And then do I think he's going to come out and prove them wrong against the Panthers? I have no idea. I said that this thing could be 8 to 10 weeks before it like fully meshes. So we might have a while. Or we might not. I don't know. I don't have any idea. And so the big problem with patience is that as a patient person, I'm interacting with all the impatient people. So I guess I'm just hitting a response, Jimmy, where I'm like, pretty much like, keep your freak out over there. Like, I'm just going to wait and see. And I got to be honest, if I wait and see and I don't like what I see at the end of it, it will match everything I've ever seen cheering for the Chicago Bears. And if it's different, great. I'll be excited about that. But I'm a little bummed out that the defense to me looks closer to a top 10 top 15 unit than it does a top 5 unit, because with a rookie quarterback and a running game that can't run the ball, a defense that is not playing hero means this would be a pretty bad football team. And y'all, let me ask you this. What do you think would happen if the Bears only win 6 games? If the Bears go 1-5 in the division, what then? Like, I don't know the answer. I'm just looking at this team at the schedule saying, oh man, this could get messy. And the worst part is, as usual, Bears fans, I guess myself included, spent the whole offseason so excited about potential talent ads. Like, oh, I will, Don, no worries. That we got so excited about potential talent ads that all kinds of people, if the Bears go 6-10, are going to blame it on the kid wearing 18. That sucks. Like, if I can be honest with you, there's an irony to the fact that brings a little bit of a tear to my eye, is we spent so much time talking about how Rome Odunze, DJ Moore, and Keenan Allen were going to be this dominant force that if they're not, that's going to suck, because the NFL media is going to pin it on Caleb. The Stephen A. Smiths, the ESPN wants to already. Like, they spent the whole offseason talking about Jaden Daniels. So Louis Riddick and Dan Orlovsky and I can't remember whether it was Keyshawn specifically, but maybe Eric. But it wouldn't surprise me if there's a little bit of Matt Eberflus. But the NFL fan base has made a habit of just pointing and laughing at the Bears uniform for a while. And unfortunately, it would still look like that. But we'll see. Like, yeah, looking back, Brandon, it's one of those where it's like, oh boy, we did it again, didn't we? TB, I could see that. Eric, I think us and the Jets have unfortunately always been kind of similar. All I can tell you is we're all along for the ride. Hey, one last moment to be real. One last moment to be real, okay? Yeah, I am going to get some rest. But so, here's the deal, okay? I thought I wanted the Bears to have one of the best quarterbacks in football, okay? And it's not that I've by any means given up on that. I think Caleb has the potential to reach all kinds of ceilings. But here's the problem. I've watched a lot of Chargers tape because I love Justin Herbert. And I have watched Justin Herbert get battered and broken and darn near ruined over the last 3 or 4 seasons. And I love Justin Herbert. His tape is so smooth to watch. But if you're on a team with crappy coaching, and I think Jim's going to be fine, we got like 3 games of evidence to anything. If you're on a team with bad coaching, eventually you wear it. Here's the biggest question that you got to ask yourself. Caleb Williams is the most talented prospect to come out since fill in the blank. Right? The name I'm fishing for isn't Lawrence. Though Lawrence would actually work in this case. At least right now. The name I'm fishing for is Luck. The problem is, how did that work out for Andrew Luck? Well, Andrew Luck got saddled with nasty. I don't care about the. Honestly, I don't care what name you picked. I'm going to use. You could use Burrow. You could probably use Kyler, though. At least Kyler's having himself a good season this year. The one I was going to go with was Luck, because what I'm aiming at is that these quarterbacks go to teams, and the teams mismanage them. The mismanaged team breaks the quarterback, and then it ruins it. The whole thing is ruined, and it doesn't matter. I'm not telling you that you need to start doom casting, because you don't. Like, you don't. What I am saying is I'm amazed at how badly Matt Eberflus lately makes me pine for great coaching. That's really what I'm getting at, man. Everybody is Shane Waldron came in. This offense looks like it always has. It's bad. And here we are with a rowdy offensive line. People are begging for change at right guard. We tried it. It didn't get any better. And the defensive coaching looks like good-ish, but none of it's creative. The Bears' looks are not interesting. If you watch Steve Spagnuolo's defense, it's constantly challenging people. If you watch Brian Flores' defense, it's constantly challenging people. If you watch, go all the way back to like Dean Pease defense, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We could name a bunch of defensive coordinators, and Matt Eberflus is going to sit back in coverages that a guy on the internet can identify because they're just not that complicated. And we'll call the occasional blitz. We'll do some good things. Everybody loves Matt Eberflus as a defensive coordinator. He's solid. There are guys that are just as good as him, in my opinion, that are not head coaches. So, not to be all like, what are we doing here? If that makes sense. More just, I shrug my shoulders and I say, I want to cheer for wins. I want to cheer for wins. I've always wanted to cheer for wins. I wanted to enter this season. I wanted the Bears to look as good as Jalen Johnson seemed to think they were going to. And so far, we're only 3 games in. They don't. So, but the Bears have taught me to be very patient. And I'll do what I usually do, I guess, and just evaluate the season as fairly as I can. But the problem is that this is an any given Sunday league, and I'm watching Sean McVay, the guy they play next, work with the pieces they've got. And I'm watching Dave Canellis, who just made a statement. Maybe he'll make another one. Maybe he won't. But my priors say I like him. Then the Bears will play one of the most lifeless teams in football. But they might not. Because if you guys thought about what might be coming, if you wanted to really doomcast, there's no team more dangerous than a team whose coach gets fired. And if the Jaguars start 0-5, then what? Does Doug Peterson get let go? If he does that fire the Jags up? They're not totally untalented. And it's not this. I think right now, as constructed, if the Bears were facing up in London against the Jags next weekend, I would feel great. And like you're saying, Chicago, I don't know if they I don't know if the Jaguars are going to fire Peterson immediately. At the end of the day, I hear you, Devon. But so I think the Bears are going to be fine this season. That's the issue that I have, Jordan, is that I completely disagree. I mean, obviously the Vikings have shown me otherwise, I guess. But Flores has truly taken a bunch of, I think, very middling clay and made quite a good defense with it. They've taken a guy in Dallas Turner that I thought was going to be a lot rawer than this, and they're making it work. Massive kudos to what they're doing in Minnesota, because at least according to Bears logic, they shouldn't be this stout. You got to remember, I am raised on being a Bears person, where if you don't have second rounders or better across your offensive line, they're just going to be awful. Because Brent Gates, the Vikings, as I've seen it, have a fairly top heavy roster, but they're getting great play out of a bunch of cheaper guys like Ivan Pace, etc., where they've got good players that are coming from nowhere. It's the sign of good coaching, and that's awesome. But we're talking about a team that got just shredded down the stretch last year. But I don't know. I think it's easy for Vikings fans to pound their chest and be like, this team rules. This team has a couple pieces. But I don't see it as a roster that you're trying to shop around and play trade with. But that's just me. I mean, it easily could be Bears fan bias. But like you're saying, that's what I'm saying, Jordan, is that they're overachieving. That I agree with you. We're on the same page. That they're overachieving. I didn't think he could do it forever. We'll see if he can. But right now, it's looking very good in that department. Anyways. Jibby, they're big underachieving. And the Bears have been underachieving. And it wouldn't surprise me if the Bears are going to shock us by rallying and winning some games. It's easy to look at that backstretch of the season, Jib, and others, and see a team that could be 0-8 the moment that they host the Packers. When I say 0-8, I mean 0-8 going forward. They play the Packers, the Vikings, the Lions, I think the Niners, the Lions, the Vikings, the Packers, the Seahawks. I believe it's in that order, right? And all those games sound hard. The Bears will win 2 of them or something like that. The question is, do they win 5 before that? I have no idea. That means that over their next 6, they need to win 4. Then they win 2, and then they win 7 and then they're 7-10. Right now, vibes feel bad. Hey Rainey, I appreciate that. The vibes could change. But right now, it feels like Flus is going to have to figure something out, or they're going to have to catch some breaks. Let's see. The last half of the season. The good news, Eric, I guess. Hey, give me a hand up in this chat if you're a Flus hater. Give me a hand up or a pumpkin emoji. Cause here's all I'm saying. If you want to see Flus prove it, that last half of the season is a perfect theater for it. Like, that is a great last stretch to have Flus show something, and he needs to. So, we'll see. I think this weekend is big for how bad is it. I think it's a game you got to win. I think it's not. I think if you can't beat this Rams team, there are a lot of games on the Bears' schedule that immediately become higher toss ups or taller asks. I think this Patriots team looks like they could easily win. I've been counting the Commanders out for too long, and that's not worth it. Well, it's weird, right? Right now, the Bears would have to beat the Commanders in a shootout based on the way things look. Their defense is awful, but it's not as if the Bears' defense is encouraging me. Let's see. Gates 11 says, "Do I think Flus really had a say in selecting the offensive coordinators?" Yeah. I don't think it's just the owners, for what it's worth. But Amphorus, I think it's tough though, because on one hand, Flus probably is underappreciated, mostly because nobody appreciates him. But also, I think it's hard to argue that Matt Eberflus is getting more out of his roster than the rest of the division's coaching. And that's just the division. I mean, that's the thing, Robert. They're doing what's going to work and is easy. The other thing, Robert, that I will say, Robert Lee, they can be pretty frustrating. Right now, a lot of Bears fans are gloating and running around about how Williams is running a full offense. I'm excited that Williams is running a full offense. A lot of other offensive coordinators in the NFL don't give a damn about running a full offense. They just do stuff that works. If it gets yards, they do it. If it doesn't get yards, they don't do it. It almost feels sometimes like the Bears are just making life hard on themselves for fun. And while I don't want to, I do think that there's truth to the idea that Jaden Daniels got to kind of play quarterback on easy mode. But also, that should be the goal. That's good coaching. Like, that's not bad. Yeah, eventually, you're probably going to have to play quarterback on harder mode. But you're the Commanders. You just picked second, and you picked a quarterback. So you knew it wasn't going to be easy. Like, nobody was under the impression that it was going to be all that easy. You just got to do what you can do. But yeah, that's the thing, Eric. Like, I don't know that guy. It's tough. I think it's tough. But non-HC Cliff Kingsbury, right? I mean, Jordan, that just sounds like, for what it's worth, when you say stuff like that, it reads like that's just because other people aren't as familiar with Tyreek Stevenson and Andrew Billings and I don't know, Braxton Jones. Like I hear you, but you especially sounds chest beating about it because the Vikings are coached well and playing well. Easy to say when you're 3-0, right? Probably true, but Let's see. That's the other thing, Ben. I don't know. Khalid, if we're ranking Eberflus across the league, off the top of my head, it's hard to think he's any better than like 28th. I mean, I guess we don't know. There's a couple coaches that we kind of just can't rank, you know? But or can't rank. Like I don't really like ranking the truly new guys yet. But it definitely feels like Dynasty. I agree that he's in the bottom half. It's late. We should sleep. You guys are awesome. Appreciate you being here. I'll catch you soon. Bear down. Thanks for bearing with me.